Ladies and gentlemen, from the Microsoft Theater here in downtown Los Angeles, brought to you by Shawn Porter Promotions.
Yes, sir. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the PorterWay Podcast. The PorterWay Watch Party is what we got going on right now, and I want to, no delays, bring in my guy Radio Rahim. Appreciate you, big dog, for hitting me up and putting this together.
Man, this had to happen, and what a perfect fight for it to go down. The heavyweight division is about to be upset, and a new crowned king shall appear, rising from the phoenix in the ashes.
Yeah.
And my man, actually, I will let you do the introductions, but we got a real good lineup right here. I think we've slapped this together last minute, to be fair, but
Yeah.
we all know what we're doing. You got a host of professionals, and we got a cracking fight night for our UK fans and friends. We're gonna start talking to that family out there on a regular basis.
There it is. And real quick, before we get to our other guest on the show today, I just want to really quickly, I like to do my storytelling and stuff like that. You and I have worked together quite a bit in the last few years. You started interviewing me way back in like 2016, 2015, maybe even sooner than that, I think. Like maybe even closer to 2012, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right. Right.
Now, with all that being said, you and I, we both came into a situation where we were able to do some work together on during live fights. And most recently, after this last one we did, shout out to everyone who was involved with Fight Books. What do we call it? The Butterfly Brawl out there in Santa Monica Pier. You hit me. You were like, man, I forgot. And very quickly was reminded how well we worked together. And you said, man, let's do some watch parties. Let's get your page popping. So I wanted to very quickly thank you for that, but then also let everybody know that this treat is really put together by you yourself, right, Radio. So thank you for this.
Man, thank you for reminding me how fun it is. Sitting ringside, talking the fights, really your unique perspective, nothing can replace really a fighter's experience and seeing the fight through those eyes. But at the same time, I felt like, we needed somebody to keep the train on the tracks, right? Like neither one of us really call fights. Like we need somebody to drop the action, let us know what's going on. Play by play is the hardest job, I think, in commentary, to be fair. That is the person who really keeps everybody in line and keeps the broadcast pumping. So the way you and I work, we're so off the cuff, we're so free flowing with it that we feel like, you know what? We need a conductor. We need somebody to lay these tracks down. So while we play in the margins,
I was ready for that. I didn't, I wasn't trying to, split the money three ways. I feel like Ralph's Red event, man. I'm not trying to, I can't split this no more. But you brought in Johnny Gill, aka Ben Davis. Appreciate you, man, for joining the PorterWay Podcast for the first time. Certainly not the last. Thank you, sir.
Hey, gentlemen, it's great to be here. You need a conductor. There's no one else to call, right? We're going to have some fun on the tracks. We're going to keep the sandbox popping and pumping. And Radio Rahim, you got to get some chest hair with that robe. I mean, you can't have the chest be out, but no movement downstairs.
Smooth as eggs.
I don't want to know no more about that. But real quick, just for my audience, Ben, tell everybody a little bit about yourself, and we'll probably tee this up once or twice more throughout this stream. That's probably going to end up being, sorry, Hafey, but closer to 2 hours than one. But why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself, Ben?
Of course, you might have seen me on DAZN Boxing through either Red Owl Boxing or Chaos in the Ring out in Nigeria in July, or probably most notably on Misfits Boxing over the last several years, both getting knocked out inside the ring and then appearing next to it for many subsequent broadcasts on air, doing play-by-play, doing anything and everything that you need.
Yeah, nice. Very clean. And then where can everybody follow you and keep in touch with you and, should they enjoy what they hear, which I expect them to, continue to listen to you, watch you moving forward?
For sure. Best platform for me is at Radio Rahim's Secret Lover 62. That's on Instagram and X.
Good Lord.
But also on LinkedIn if you want to connect there.
Social media. You got social media?
Yeah, bend the Bane
hopefully
Davis. Bend the Bane Davis across all of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say hopefully it doesn't start.
Sean's like, who the heck is this guy?
No, not at all, man. I love it. Radio hit me and I was like, okay, so when are we gonna start? And he was like, this weekend. And I was like, yeah, we got a good one ahead of us. Radio's a lot like me. I'm a lot like radio in the sense that we get excited. We're very excitable, and we're like bulldozers, man. We go right to it. We go right to the fire, and we dance in it. So that being said, man, a great card for us to kick this thing off with, and for the audience here right now, just know and understand that whenever we do a PorterWay watch party, it will be Radio Rahim and Showtime Shawn Porter laying it down, and hopefully Ben Davis will be there to hang out with us a little bit more. But what we got ahead of us, Radio?
Well, I mean, it's a Queensberry card, and what we know about Queensberry is that they move fighters excellently, right? Like what Frank Warren is most known for is his excellent guidance on getting a fighter to a world championship at the levels throughout the career that he needs to be at and having the right fights at the right time. The heavyweight division is the crown jewel of boxing, but it is also at the moment the purview of Queensberry. They've got the most heavyweight contenders in the best positions to be number one challengers for the crowns that are vacant and title holders now in Daniel Dubois of the crowns that are filled. So tonight, this fight, which was already signed, which is already in the offing, we got, of course, Filip Hrgovic, who's made his way through the heavyweight contender ranks, but has never actually gotten his hands around one of these heavyweight belts. As close as he came was the Daniel Dubois fight in Saudi. I want to say it's got to be a couple of years ago now, right?
24.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so that slipped through his fingers. But that fight, actually, when it was on, wasn't for the title. Daniel Dubois got elevated to that world championship after the fight. So technically, Hrgovic has never challenged for a world title until tonight. And of course, at Moses Itauma, we've got the rocket ship success of the heavyweight who, by most analysts' indication and fighters alike, say that he is potentially the guy who's going to rule the roost one day very soon. He's being compared to Mike Tyson's ascent to the heavyweight title. Of course, Tyson has beat him in a matter of years that he's gotten there. But if Moses Itauma were to claim this title tonight, he will have gotten there in the fewest rounds ever for a heavyweight by quite a wide margin. And I want to say he's in the 30 rounds or something like this. And Tyson, I think, was closer to 100. So this fight coming this early is part of the narrative of this story. Is it too much too soon? While this fight was already signed and thought to be the right moment for Hrgovic and Moses to meet, it is a step up, a considerable step up from Franklin. And, with all due respect to Dillian Whyte, a past it Dillian Whyte. So Hrgovic is going to bring the kind of resistance that we want to see if Moses Itauma can overcome. And because of what we saw on Friday night, which is what we have to get into, at least Friday at the weigh-in, it adds another wrinkle to the mentality of this fight. There's a bit of it got personal. And what does that mean for a young fighter?
And right before we get to the weigh-in, I just want to, I'm a man of perspective, right? So, and I'll use myself for an example. Coming up in the amateurs, people called me, they said I was like a little Mike Tyson because I had a lot of, my knockout, I was viciously putting guys down when I was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 years old. Guys just weren't even getting up, and I was short, muscular, stocky. So people referred to me, oh yeah, that's like little Mike. That's what they call me in the amateurs, right? So when we're talking about Moses Itauma and we're talking about his the comparisons to him and Mike Tyson, it's not about the style, it's not about how he viciously knocks people out. They're more so speaking to how young he is and how he's able to basically run through all of his opposition to this point. And that's what people are saying when they refer to him being a lot like Mike Tyson, not necessarily his style or his viciousness. I really don't even see viciousness coming from Moses Itauma. I see finesse. I see clean boxing, and I see him having the ability to have a big punch with that young heavyweight frame that he has. It is a really nice size heavyweight frame that he has. He's not a humongous Tyson Fury, and then he's not a small. He's even, he's taller in stature than Mike Tyson. But I just wanted to kind of clear that up. Don't expect this dude to come out viciously the way that Mike Tyson did. He's gonna come out. He's gonna do it. He's gonna be clean. But once he sees it and he connects, and he'll go and get it. Go ahead, Ben. Give me something.
I was going to say a question for both you gentlemen on top of not only just the movement, the elegance at which Itauma operates, but the betting line also quite wide for this one. For those that remember the Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul betting line, it's quite similar to tonight's main event, which Hrgovic kind of disrespected maybe there. Is that too wide, or is Moses Itauma just that real, gentlemen?
I think they're underestimating Hrgovic. I wonder if the line moved after that weigh-in shove. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of pressure on Moses Itauma tonight. And while he tries to brush it to the side and ignore it, tries to act like it isn't getting into his mind, I think we saw that he kind of came out of his character on Friday, got a little frustrated, got a little childish, really put the bag in jeopardy. Because if you push Filip off that stage and he twists an ankle, hits his head, falls on his back, any number of things can happen that takes the bag and the belt off of the line. Now, we got a long night ahead of us to some degree, and I know what Ben's, one of his many talents, but the gift that we all know him for is calling fights. So we've got the first fight on the undercard. Both fighters are in the ring right now. Just set it up for us, Ben.
This is an appetizer for our main event. 8 rounds in the heavyweight division between the Italian representative Guido Vianello and the UK zone Moses Jolly. 12-0 for Jolly. Don't think he's going to be, a happy guy, right? An aggressive guy with all the knockouts he's accumulated. But Shawn, I want to ask you this. You're opening up a main card. You've got a fight in the main event that's in your same division. Does that add extra onus and importance to that curtain jerker?
The understanding usually is that who wins here may possibly face the winner of that main event fight or another heavyweight fight that may be on the card. So yeah, it's two things, right? Number one, every time we go out, we want to look impressive. We want to, make that statement. But then on top of that, we want to make sure that people know I'm ready for that main event to be that next main event, So I think it's especially important for both these gentlemen here to go out and not only win, but you got to look impressive. You got to say, hey, I believe this guy can fight for a world title next.
Speaking of impressive, the pectoral muscles, Rahim, just bouncing up and down throughout that entire introduction, even when he's in the corner. I mean, the kid's got some serious size on him.
I thought he was talking about me. I'm tripping. I thought he was talking. I'm like, yeah, you're right. He started talking about me.
I mean, all of us have been ringside for comms. We're doing something of that tonight, and we know that the opening bout on the main card is a tone setter. You don't want to come out and be flat. Promoters put you on usually in this slot to give you a chance to get some shine. You're not the guy that people came to see, but you can be the guy that people remember. But you got to work really hard to do that because there's a lot of fights ahead of you. So your main job is to get people dialed in, to make people on their way to the arena, people who are at the bar, outside of their seats, people who are messing around, talking to chicks, waiting to watch something that they came to see, hear the cheers from inside, want to walk in or hear like what's going on. You want to be the guy that people say, damn, did you see that undercard fight? Maybe we should get into the seats a little bit earlier next time. This is why you see Jolly, and a guy like Jolly with a name like that, he's heard every pun in the book. He's got to go out there in the first round and let people know that he's not here for shits and giggles.
I gotta say, we're always peeling Rahim off of some unfortunate ladies in Section 112. He's yapping too much with the girls, Shawn. He's got broadcast duties.
Hey, yeah, no, he's got more than that going on in life, man. That's the broadcast is second duty. Yeah.
Listen, the focus is always the fans, my friends. I am always narrowly focused on delivering the goods to all of those who are tuned in for the action. I mean, geez, this looks like a real firefight right out the gates. Something you gotta
I
love
had
about
to
British boxing. Seldom does it start slow.
I had to look up this kid Moses Jolly here. He's 12-0, and he came out moving kind of fast. You don't see a lot of heavyweights start a fight fast with this kind of motor. I always like a fast motor, but for the heavyweight division especially, I think if you can maintain this kind of work rate, especially with someone like Vito or Guido, who's he's been on the wrong side of a few fights. You touch that engine, you touch that heart, and you break a guy down very quickly, especially when they've again had a few losses in their career.
Shawn, let
Nice
me ask you
overhand
this
right
question.
there.
I'm seeing a lot of hands down from Moses Jolly, especially right in that pocket. Almost at times when Guido's entering, Moses is dropping the hand. Defensively, it just doesn't seem like, the kid's all that responsible, maybe.
Yeah, the key word right there is kid. I'm still looking him up because I don't know a whole lot about him, but to me, the younger he is, the more that speaks to why he's dropping his hands the way that he does. And the amateurs and he's 30 years old. The amateurs, a lot of the European countries, they fight with their hands at their waist. So I think that you're looking at 12 fights from this young 30-year-old man, and it could be him still acclimating, getting out of that amateur style, coming into hopefully developing more of a professional. Keep your hands at home, especially in the heavyweight division, because if you don't, you will be on the canvas.
You gotta
Round
love
two.
you gotta love the aggression. I'm gonna see if round two settles down a little bit. Maybe they're just burning off some nervous energy. But I like that they're working behind the jab, but they're falling in right on top of it. Like both fighters are guilty of this, at least in round one. They throw the jab out there and then fall right in. And the next thing I'm looking for is a headbutt, a head clash when that
Right.
happens. So the first one of these guys who can actually dictate some range, some distance, can keep the other one out and make that jab efficient instead of just your barrier of entry, might be able to show a bit more class and start winning rounds. I don't know who won that first
And
round. It
that,
looked like a schoolyard brawl.
yeah, and Guido is supposed to be the one to tame this young lion. I don't know. Jason Wheeler 2986. He said this is a serious commentary team. So appreciate you, Jason, for that. But no,
We are
you're right.
serious people, Jason. Don't let the robe and the medallion fool you.
The hotel robe is not at all a reflection on the professionalism.
Hey, I always say, Ben, when I first started doing this, I said, man, I got to give people what I want them to know, because that first impression, so radio, you got to show up in the bathrobe moving forward.
Listen, I'm sending the message that I'm at home with you. The audience, the fans, we're all watching this together. It's a watch along, right? All of us had to get suited and booted. Ben Davis can't help himself. He has to put on, his
That's why I
Steve
sleep
Jobs
in.
every
This is
time.
this is my nighttime outfit.
You know what I mean? Like this guy is either an assassin or he's opening the next Playboy Club. I don't know what's happening, but I'm
Let
tired.
Ben do what he does. Damn it, there's some good action going on. Let Ben do what he does.
Well, now I'm thinking about assassinating people who are opening a Playboy Club. 15 on the clock here in the second frame. Moses cracked with a big right from the Italian. We talk about taming the beast, Shawn. He might be inside a cage soon.
Well, Guido's got him leaking already, but look at this young man. And I always say, when you're young and in boxing, young in your career, you're dumb enough to do things that once you mature in the ring, you won't do. So Moses right now, he should be trying to find space to land good, clean shots, but he's still going blow for blow with Guido. And on top of that, he's leaking. So he definitely lacks not only experience but intelligence at this point.
While
Another
we're
lefty
talking to
foot.
each other and talking to you, chat, we can't be listening to the broadcast. So let us know where that cut came from. Is it from a head clash, as I predicted, or was that a clean punch that opened up the leakage?
Rahim,
Yo,
it does.
Papa, real quick, Papa Foundry 5537. He said everyone should wear a bathrobe. Appreciate the super chat.
That's what I'm talking
That'll be the
about.
next stream. We're all
I will
decked
be
out.
I will be in one. I'll be in one in the next one. Go ahead.
What you gonna say?
Dave.
It's one big punch from Moses Jolly and a series of strikes from the Italian. Rahim, it feels like the unbeaten British prospect is kind of tasting some adversity as we get into the third frame.
I mean, if we're looking at his face, he's tasting that adversity running right down his nose into his mouth. But this is what they like. Boo, that's a nice right hand right there. I mean, this is what I mean by range. I don't know why he insists on falling in over that shot. Continue to look. I mean, stay out. Well, to be fair, he got caught with a counter punch with the left from Jolly. So I like this fight on the outside. They're winging punches. These are clearly guys who are on their warrior bag, not really their fundamental technical side of boxing, but that's not what you want from an opening bout anyway. The last thing you want in the first fight of the main card is a sleeper. These guys are getting people excited. So yes, Jolly is doing his business.
We don't want the good strategical battle. We want us fire.
Yeah.
Last time out.
But Guido should be cleaner. Like, he should be the cleaner fighter here, and he's not.
Last time out, Guido did beat a 12-0 prospect, 5th round TKO. Maybe we've got some history repeating as we open up the third. But it is interesting, right? Despite Jolly taking that damage, he just hops back in. No issue, no regard for any more offense, Shawn.
It's the same thing that I spoke on. That what comes with that immaturity is good health. So right now he's got the good health to be able to weather and take those punches, whether it's on the chin, the temple, wherever. This kind of fighting style, taking these kind of fights, you look up 5 or 6 fights from now, if a lot of Jolly's fights go like this, his punch resistance won't be what it is like it is now.
Well, he might be one of those guys like a Fabio Wardley, that just takes it and takes it and takes it until he gives it and knocks his opponent out. This type of fighter, it reminds me almost, and listen, Jolly's got a long way to go before you can put him in the likes of a Arturo Gatti. But what I say that is when I see him in the corner getting the blood wiped off his face, but the determination still in his eyes, and he comes out in the next round delivering the same kind of action without taking a single step back. Those are the kind of fighters that make you think, well, maybe this is just in his DNA. Yeah, this is how he fights. Every guy is not going to be able to learn all the technical sides of defense, and they appreciate it in the UK. Now, we've got what's happening here, Ben, from what you can tell.
Some referee intervention, maybe something about over excessive clinching. Maybe, again, we're watching on mute. Maybe the referee was telling them to break, but they were refusing to. Either way, good change of position for Jolly, right? As he resets back to the center, and Guido on the outside eats a big right. It does feel like the momentum's swinging towards the youngster's favor.
And you notice now that the fight is more on the outside. They're less falling in. Now they're looking to find range on that jab and want to connect with a 1-2 behind it. This is simple boxing, guys. This is nothing complicated.
Jolly,
but it's entertaining.
Simple boxing.
That's the name of the game right now at this point in the card. And as I said, at Queensberry, they're a heavyweight farm team. They've got at every level of heavyweight guys lined up to become contenders and champions. So best believe that this is an audition for both of these fighters to potentially get their slot, their seat on the bench for the next big card.
Final 30 to go in round 3. Jolly seemingly gaining more and more confidence and success. The Italian Guido Vianello, he's starting to look a little bit out of options. The body language, Shawn, is not inspiring as much confidence as it did in round 2.
Yeah, and then again, seeing how loose Jolly is right now, it will make you feel Guido's even, not so far the opposite, because he's not showing that kind of energy. Nice little run right there for Guido. End of the round.
Got to fight fire with fire, Rahim.
Guido
Look
is
at this
game.
Jolly guy. He looks like, what is that movie? Night in the Roxbury. What is that movie?
Night at the Rocks.
Yeah, you see the way he walked back to the corner.
I love it. So what we're going into round 4 now, right? Do we know how many
4.
rounds this is scheduled for?
8 rounds,
Yeah.
slated for 8, which I will say Moses Jolly went 8 rounds in his previous fight. So he's got that experience going the full 24 minutes of action, but against a clearly much less prepped opponent in Will Howe previous time out.
And you see Frank Warren sitting there ringside right from the opening card. And he just, he's watching all of these fights because Frank Warren is one of those guys who lives and dies with the sport. Believe me that he knows each one of these guys, every fight that they've been in, what their prospect is, what their potential could be, and he's sizing every single fight up. And I'll tell you something, all the way down at the bottom of the main card, if he sees somebody out there doing something that he has a future for, he'll jump up out of his seat, get under the bottom rope, and start shouting instructions. He is not above it.
There
Whoa,
big throw.
What?
Sort of
I'm sorry.
a hip
I talked
toss
through it.
from Moses Jolly, some Dagestani wrestling coming equipped with the British prospect. Shawn Porter, I mean, in terms of hip tosses, right? Sometimes they're valuable.
Yeah, 100%. Again, that fall down, but also picking your big self up. For me, with Moses, if he slows down and tries to be a little more strategical, I'm sorry, radio, but if he tries to be a little more strategical, the clean jab from the outside will land. The 1-2s, everything will land. It's just too much lunging from him, and he's got to clean that up. He's going to knock out Guido, by the way.
I mean, you see him trying to employ a little bit of defense with the head movement, bending from the hip, giving him a little bit of a different look. But this is just a rough fight. These guys hip tossing, grabbing, headlocks, clashing. They're here to brutalize each other. And I don't think anybody is looking for a polished highlight reel. They're looking for a knockout highlight reel.
The referee-
but Jolly is too damn big to be hopping in with every punch. Go ahead, Ben. My bad.
He's too damn big. I will say there's one thing from the first round that Jolly hasn't necessarily done. I loved the jab downstairs, right upstairs, or right downstairs, and then coming up with the jab. It seems like that combo is gone. He's just throwing one at a time, which, to your gentleman's points, seems like he's just fallen into the offensive trap.
Well, Jolly
There it
doesn't
is.
really have the footwork that the Moses Itauma has, but I do see him kind of trying to bounce in and out. We might see that in the main event. That's one of the signatures of Moses Itauma, that he is light-footed. People say he moves like a middleweight. I think that is a little bit hyperbolic, but I do understand that he's a lot lighter of foot than some of these big, ginormous heavyweights. That will serve him well. What you don't want to see from Moses Itauma is what you're seeing from Moses Jolly here, is going in with your head down, going in, jumping in, and then kind of just throwing over your shoulder, because that is setting him up prime for the uppercut. And if is it Vianello, if that guy really had a crisp uppercut, Jolly would be flat on his back by now.
Jolly's going to win this fight again. I think he's going to stop Vianello, but moving forward, what's going to happen is, his kind of fighting style is not going to dictate him having longevity as a heavyweight boxer. I like him and then I hate him at the same time. I love his energy, but he's reckless. He's out of control, and again, he'll get the job done. And the reason why losses mean so much, even though some fighters never actually get them, obviously Floyd Mayweather, Terrence Crawford, they were still able to grow in wins, but losses force you to go and look at what you're doing wrong. Wins, it's like that W, it veils you from the truth sometimes. They look very comfortable, like they're happy with who he is as a fighter, but he ain't got longevity in his life with this kind of fighting
It could reaffirm bad habits. And I think at 30 years young, you got to assume he's been in this game since he was probably a youngster. That's crystallized. It's hard for me to almost think someone at this point would really meaningfully be able to change things, Shawn? Do you think that that's, the outlier or the average that people just don't really bend at this stage of their careers?
For that, the number one thing is you have to be intentional about the positive changes that you want to implement in your fighters' style and their career. And then beyond that, you got to be consistent with it, So I'm quicker to say, like you say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I don't believe that. I believe that it just takes you doing what you did to that dog when they were young. You were drilling them when they were young. You got to drill it when they're 30 as well.
What the heck is this ref doing? I'm sorry, but talk about an individual who's just over-involving themselves to some degree. Burns 8 seconds off the clock, calls this. Rahim, I'm getting a little tired. I'm getting a little tired of this officiating.
She's clearly concerned about the cut. We can't really see how deep or how flowing that blood is from the cut. But I'll tell you what we did see in the replay was that Vianello's got the right idea. He caught Jolly with the left hook and then tried to hit him with the uppercut after Jolly fell over with the left hook. They're just so wild and all over the place. Neither are the punches crisp or is Jolly's movement predictable because he's not, even though he's falling in on the shots, he's just falling over whatever front foot is going on. Now, right now, I think they're just checking to see if I'm assuming if this is a cut situation, but you're right.
Yeah, we got blood coming from the ear. We got blood coming from.
Okay, well now that's a dangerous indication. I guess that's something you ask the doctor to check out. The referee definitely isn't qualified to know whether or not that is problematic.
Well, either way, the referee has just let them resume action. Jolly just licking his chops, trying to jump into the Italian here.
Well, she might have helped the fight because they were both getting tired. So you give them a little extra 30 seconds after the rest in the corner, and we get back to this barroom brawl energy.
Gosh, just so much pressure from Moses Jolly that, you're on your back foot 98% of the fight. That just begins to wear on you, Shawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm reading some of these comments, and they're talking. Everything's about radio. I'm here as well, fellas, but they said, radio, where's your pipe? What's up with radio wearing a bathrobe and no undershirt? And then he on some
undershirt with a bathrobe
type shit.
It's more weird if you had an undershirt.
What's the point of having a bathrobe on if you're gonna put on an undershirt?
And then somebody said, I'm at the crib. I have on a shirt.
It goes with the LED microphone you've got too, Rahim. The whole picture ties itself together.
It's a party, man. It's a watch along party. I don't know how this wasn't communicated right there in the title.
Yeah. Me and Shawn didn't get the memo. We gotta
liven it up on the next one.
All right. Midway through the fifth here, seems like the Italian's starting to figure things out a little bit more, has eaten less shots, has fired back in more intelligent manners. I think that uppercut's starting to pronounce itself on his side, Rahim. I feel like he's listening to you.
Yeah, and he knows that we're getting down the stretch of this fight. Jolly is the one that's on the track to have a future in this fight game. And not that Vianello can't, but I think it's Jolly who believes that he should be winning this fight. He doesn't want to leave it in the hands of the judges because it's so unclear as to what's happening when they're just falling in on each other's punches and winging shots. So, yeah, one of these guys has to separate themselves right now and really close this fight out with some impressive rounds.
Shawn, it almost seems like Moses Jolly does himself a big disservice by making this more competitive, making this more dirty than he has to by hopping into the pocket, trading so frequently. Do you almost think a less is more approach would help Moses Jolly?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I doubted all the way back to just a simple jab from the outside that I do know it will land against Guido. Guido's found timing now. He's taking that small step back and then he's just letting his hands fly. But yeah, the biggest disservice here in this fight is Jolly hopping in with a lot of his shots. His shots are also wide, and he's taken away. He's not creating more opportunity. It's one and done. It's two and done because of the way he chooses to fight.
as we head into the final 2 rounds of this curtain jerker for Moses Itauma and Filip Hrgovic, it almost feels to me like Moses Jolly was expecting more of a building block to his career, right? But on the opposite side of the coin, this Italian Guido just went out there last time out and dispatched a 12-0 prospect. He's not here to be a stone, and I don't know if Moses Jolly was ready for that.
Yeah, I think they found themselves fairly evenly matched. Again, we've got 2 rounds now for somebody to become a clear victor in this fight. And Shawn, you're a guy who is known for staying in his opponent's chest. Now, obviously, you had a lot more technique and skill than I believe what is on display here. But the action, the pressure, the constant punch throwing, that was part of your signature. So how do you, if you're one of these type of fighters, how do you do this to the level of effect that you had?
Yeah, first, real quick, PT never sleep. He said this late night radio, he just got to add some bass to his voice.
You ain't ready
they
for
love
that
it.
bass just yet. We got a long night ahead. You
They
did.
love it. They love it. Yeah, it was what I was saying. He's taking away. He's not the way it's done. The first couple of punches, and then the defense actually helps create that next sequence of movements and punches that could happen. But with Jolly here, when he hops in, he smothers himself. He goes over Guido. Guido right here. You see Guido's just waiting. He's waiting to time him. He knows he's gonna hop in. Guido's gonna take a little step back and he's gonna time him. That was, he tried to time him with the uppercut right there. That was an adjustment that I didn't see coming from Guido, and unfortunately to me, you chose 5 or 6 rounds to make that adjustment, or couldn't find an adjustment until now. But again, Radio, just to your question, it's a matter of being in position. After I throw my first set of shots or punches or whatever the case may be, then my defense, I should be in position for the next sequence. But right here, Jolly just doesn't have, he lacks foundation, so.
It looks like Vianello is. Go ahead, Ben.
More sloppy than a Texas barbecue, Rahim, is what I say this is somewhat devolving towards.
Well, I spent just over a year in Austin, Texas, and let me tell you, a sloppy Texas barbecue is about as sloppy as it gets. But you know what else it is? It's damn delicious. And right now, This is a delicious start to a heavyweight title card. I'm thinking that it's Vianello now who is actually kind of pulling away. He's landing the better shot selection. While, yes, it's still grimy, they're still grappling, but it looks to me like Vianello is the one who's taking control of the fight.
That right-hand counter from Vianello has been present all of the 6th and most of the last round. As he starts to find this timing, Shawn, is there any concern that maybe Guido could possibly summon a late stoppage?
Yeah, I ain't gonna front. Like, I got quiet because I'm a little pissed, realizing that Jolly most certainly is not gonna knock out Guido. I thought I knew what I knew, but like I said, Guido found a pretty good adjustment, and short of this right here, a firefight, I see Guido possibly even walking away with the victory.
Yeah, as they hit to their corners, Jolly, I think, is getting a little dirty there at the end of that round. He started to lead with his head, even right as the bell rung. He kind of, rubbed off on Vianello's head. Jolly's getting frustrated. He knows the fight's coming to a close. He sees the gap widening between himself and Vianello, and now he's getting taking it from a brawl into a street fight.
In terms of finding answers to answers, Shawn, right? Guido's timing these entries, finding the right over the top. If someone starts countering you, someone starts clocking your movement, what would you then do to further throw them off or just reset the equation?
And this is one of the things I really love about boxing, like how mental it actually is. And I'll give you an example. The fight I had with Errol Spence Jr., there's a point in the fight. It's like the middle of the fight. And we're boxing, and he catches me with a clean hook. And we're boxing, and he catches me with a clean hook. And we're boxing, and then again, that clean hook 3 times, the same punch. And I calculated it. After the third one, it took 3 of them, but I calculated, I said, I'm not getting hit with that punch again. but you have to be able to calculate that while continuing to set things up, while continuing to have your defense, while continuing to have your offense. You know, the thinking game is so high, and the higher you go in this thing, the faster you got to think, the more sharper you got to think. And I feel like Jolly hasn't been able to think and find that adjustment to being caught with that counter right hand on his way in. Guess what the easy fix is right there? A feint. The easy fix there is a jab. The feint pulls the counter. Now I got to reset. The jab stops the counter from coming, but Jolly's just, he's a messy fighter.
It's some of these guys, Rahim, who just have one setting and it's a go, 100 miles an hour, all the same offense. Nothing dynamic, really, but you almost kill yourself with your own success. If it gets it done 12 times before, why would I change now?
Well, in the sense of killing himself with his own success, I mean, Jolly, again, he's just jumping in and smothering his own punches. However, if he stays out at mid-range, it's Villanello who's able to crack with the sharper shot. So I don't know that Jolly at this point has many other options. However, I would like for him to pick his eyes up a little bit and keep his chin tucked under his gloves, because right now, not only is he leading and spearing with his head, he's just winging shots over the wide outside of his shoulders. I don't think that is going to get it done. And we saw some attention again from the referee and the doctor in the corner. I'm not sure what's happening with the ears, but it's a real cause for concern. I hope Villanello makes it to the decision, because I don't know. They look like they want to stop the fight, or something is getting a lot of attention there in the corner from the doctor.
Slugging shots from Jolly. A lot of extracurriculars from him in these resets, the bouncing on the outside, the frequent up and down movement. But it doesn't really appear that it's burning too much of the energy, Shawn.
No, I think, who he is, we're seeing him first time, maybe second time, or whatever the case may be. So this is kind of new to us. We would expect him to slow down by now. We would have expected him to maybe even, clean up some of the stuff that he's doing. He is who he is. This energy is going to last for another round. And he'll either walk away, a winner or a loser here. I can't tell who's winning this fight.
Yeah, I think it's Villanello. Score. But to your point, now, Shawn, it's just Jolly is so repetitive, so predictable. And it's not really fun anymore, because he's not landing. They're not exchanging. They're slowing the card down. It's about time for this thing to hear its final bell.
Frank Warren's got to get up and hit the gladiator, just hit the thumbs down and we keep it rolling.
And one of them gets hit with a spear. And we just
my first loss, my first loss to Kell Brook, that was what I learned in that loss. I kept doing the same thing. I was repetitive the entire fight. I became predictable, something I'd never done ever as a fighter. And that one time it caught up to me, and something that I never did ever again. Sometimes you go through these moments and you're able to, figure it out. Jolly, not able to figure it out in the moment, but maybe he will after this fight.
Yeah.
3 minutes remain. Oh, big shot from Jolly at the close of the 7th. The Italian trying to hang on inside the pocket. No real knockdowns, big stunning moments through 7 rounds, but it does seem in these final 3 minutes, Moses Jolly, a little bit more pep in the step. Rahim, obviously we're not scoring this one, but kind of feels like Guido would need to stop Jolly to get the victory.
Yeah, and I feel like Jolly now in the third, or the last round, I should say, has to come out and target that ear. Is that dirty?
I think so. I think that's what you probably call a dirty tactic.
But for a moment, to speak to what Shawn was talking about with learning about being repetitive, being predictable, how that can really get you in trouble in there, I would say somebody who learned that in front of all of our eyes in the hardest way possible. Remember Leo Santa Cruz and Tank Davis? Leo, in that corner, came at Tank with the same punch. She came out and came in, I think it was the overhand, and he did it 3 times in a row. And Tank, famously said, why would you do that 3 times? On the 3rd time, that's when Tank caught him with that uppercut that put him to sleep in that highlight knockout. That was the result of Leo Santa Cruz throwing the same shot 3 times. By the 3rd time, Tank had timed it, knew what the counter was, and put him to sleep.
And that's the difference with the tanks, the champs, and maybe people like Guido is you have the same entry over and over for 8 rounds. And maybe you are starting to time it, but the true effectiveness has kind of left you by the wayside. We'll say at Private Never Sleep with a $2 donation. First one of the stream. Thank you, Private Never Sleep. He says that he was hurt when Shawn lost to Brooke. World was hurt. The world was crying.
But the thing I do like to say about that fight, it was a fight that a little too soon for me. To really just go into it really quickly. I was coming off of a big knockout win. And I remind you guys, they did. A lot of people, when I say they, amateurs, coaches, judges, referee, everybody, they called me Little Mike when I was younger. So when I had that big knockout win over Kell Brook, I was like, over Paulie Malignaggi, I'm back. I'm who I used to be. I got my power, all that kind of stuff. And I went to that fight with Kell Brook thinking that the next punch was going to be the one to put him down, and it didn't. But the thing I do like to say about that, people that felt hurt, felt like I didn't lose, all that kind of stuff, it made me better, and you never saw that version of me ever again.
Minute and a half left in round 8. Guido, right hand upstairs, gets Moses Jolly looking to the bleachers briefly. Jolly just a tank, though, Rahim. I mean, it can't really be understated how difficult he is to hurt. 12 knockouts in 14 of Guido's victories. Kid's got some paws. It hasn't hurt Jolly at all.
Yeah, I mean, both of these guys are just kind of like standing up to what the other has to dish out. Part of what might be misleading, though, is as big as they are and as winging as these shots are, because they're winging, because they're off balance, because they're falling in over shots, and who is it for me to say, I don't want to take a punch from either one of these guys, but as far as the two of them go, they're probably not as hard a shot as they appear. They're not landing clean and crisp. The sharper punches are the ones that I believe opened up the cut and it might get the ear bleeding. The few sharper punches from Vianello is maybe what will get him the victory tonight. But these are not the same as what I expect to see from a Moses in the main event, which are going to be long punches that land at the end of the shot, that are crisp, that are clean. And when they land flush, they have a different reaction. If these guys were punching like that, I don't think we'd be seeing the last round.
You certainly don't want to take that punch in that bathrobe, Rahim.
My friend, when you are king, you win complete territories in your bathrobe. I do not have the warriors in my room. I send warriors like Shawn Porter out to the front lines to defend the kingdom. We come back and we feast.
He's the strategist, man. He's the general. He's the commander.
Take a punch.
Hey, real quick, guys, I'm gonna shout out some of these comments right here. We got David Bedford, 1170. He says, "Showtime, your relationship with your dad made me get closer with mine. I'm blessed to hear that, and glad that I was able to, be able to bless not only David but a lot of other people. I've heard that from a lot of people, and again, that's just a part of my job. On this earth is to inspire and motivate and things of that nature. PT Never Sleep. He says, Shawn, when you're in the ring, are you having actual internal dialogue, or is it? Oops, just went away. Or is it? Where did it go?
I'll read it for you.
Or is it pre-verbal, instinctual? I've actually had internal dialogue in the ring, talking to myself. Definitely, I've had a couple of fights where I've had to kind of will myself through certain moments. Come on, baby, what you doing? That kind of stuff. But then also calculating dialogue with myself as well. But a lot of it is instinctual based off of the repetition in the gym, and that's why camp is so important. David Bedford, 1170. I feel like most boxers probably are better when they are younger, and due to wars and just the brutal sport, as their IQ may be better, but the same physically. I kind of got that, but didn't get that. Did you guys get that? Already,
Yeah,
right?
I feel like
Who?
most boxers are better when they're younger, and due to wars and just the brutal sport, their IQ may be better, but just not the same physically, which I think is fair, maybe, right? Like as the miles add on and you get more wear and tear, your body just doesn't react the same. A 39-year-old's moving different from a 27-year-old. Even if you're like, man, I've got so much more experience, I've run these counters 10,000 more times. If your body just can't react, then unfortunately, the
Fellas,
fight
we
doesn't
have
happen.
ourselves a draw. It looks
Oh,
Yeah, sounds
like
about right.
Jolly in the early
wow.
rounds. I don't know what he's celebrating. That's hilarious. I've never seen a guy celebrate a draw quite like this.
He's
But I
doing
guess,
kip ups after a fucking draw. You kidding me?
I mean, like after the way that fight ended, I thought, like I said, Vianello was pulling away. So I guess Jolly got the early rounds, Vianello got the late ones, and Jolly feels like he got away with one tonight. Like, he was happy he had enough in the bank to be able to pull himself out a draw. That is the most fervent celebration I've ever seen from a guy who didn't win.
Jolly's a knucklehead. I mean, it's clear. It's clear from the hair to the boxing style. He's just a knucklehead. But good luck to him moving forward.
He's going to be
Shawn,
celebrating the draw with some drinks later, probably.
with some drinks. Yeah, exactly. They'll be smashing pints later down at the pub together. Earlier, Shawn, we had a little conversation about Kell Brook, and many fans alike were hurt by watching that fight go the way that it did. But Kell is now rumored to be making his return to the ring. He's caused a little bit of conversation out there in the UK ringside one night, talking about he's coming back. The speculation is that he may be coming back to face Chris Eubank Jr. What do you think about that?
Wow. I saw Kill a couple of months ago. I think that was maybe April or something like that. He looked fantastic. He looked great. I mean, you look good, man. You been working? He said, yeah. He's thinking about getting back in. I'm like, wow. At that point in time, I don't think he had a forecast of when or who or anything like that. But I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's tried to make a couple of attempts, at coming back. It's a long way from the lip to the cup with this boxing thing. And even with Errol Spence, Errol, like when he made up his mind that he was coming back, but he started going back to the gym, he said he had days where he was like, man, I was ready to say F it, man. It's really hard to get that body to connect to the mind, to connect to the spirit, to connect to every single day. But all that being said, I think the difference with Kell and a lot of guys, I think Kell truly does feel like he has unfinished business. And I think that that's what's willing him to come back. He looked great when I last saw him. If he's got to get down to 168, 160, I do believe that that's something that he can do. And no surprise to hear that it will be against somebody like Chris Eubank. That mileage on the body is about the same. They've clocked about the same amount of rounds, and I think it's a pretty good fight.
I mean, but when you
love it.
talk about the time outside the ring, sure, maybe we can, if we're looking at mileage, maybe they sync up with Eubank, but just the fact that Eubank's active, that he's recently been fighting, even though he lost his last fight to Conor Benn, he really did look like in Chris Eubank that he needed a rest, and maybe there was some medical issues there. And if he's back to at least the 100% that he can attain, it seems like a massive advantage over a guy who's been out as long as Kell Brook. And I thought that the Amir Khan was the perfect close of that career. Is there still something to prove, or something he has something left in the ring, or is it just like you just can't let it go? If you
I
can,
don't
you
think
will.
I don't think that it's that he can't let it go. I think that he probably finds himself in a place where he's looking at it, he's saying, man, this isn't the way it was supposed to go. You're right. The fight with Amir was ultimately the way his career was supposed to end. We got Joshua and Fury. That's more than likely how their careers are supposed to end, right? But I think with Kell, it was like that was the way it was supposed to end, but that wasn't the way it was supposed to go. And I think he's trying to reverse time to get back, jump back a couple of spaces, so that he can go past go a couple more times. You know what I mean?
Man, that's a bar.
That's interesting.
That's the way it was supposed to end, but not the way it was supposed to go. Woo! Write that one down.
Yeah,
Write
that's
that
the
one down.
motivational message for this episode. Let me write that down. You're right. I would write that
Yes,
down.
yeah, someone put that on a t-shirt. Well, gentlemen, I do unfortunately have to bounce, but I will do my absolute best to be back here in about 2 hours and change, and hopefully that'll be right on time for a Moses Itauma main event.
I appreciate you, Ben, and I just want to make this clear right now. We ain't gonna do another 3-hour we're not gonna do this for 3 hours ever again. So next time we'll all be jumping back on when you jump on.
Don't worry, fans. That's not true. I wear this bathrobe for a reason. I will have Shawn Porter on the front line for 3 hours.
You'll convince Shawn to do it.
My producer is already like, I'm about to let it run. I'll be back. You guys handle it. And Ben, we'll see you in a little bit.
See you guys.
All right, man.
Thanks. We got Ruiz and Kaniba next week. Where you at next week?
I'm gonna be in Moscow next week for the IBA RAF wrestling. We will see Tyrone Woodley back in the grapple, no striking. It'll be my first time hosting an event like that, but I'm looking forward to it. You know, out here in the Soviet side of things, it's a lot of combat sports fans. They're fervent and avid about all forms of combat, and I'm quite enjoying watching them engage, and I'm learning alongside them. Well, they're teaching me really about just how many different forms this sport comes in. And the young fans out here, we talk about, you know, the Jake Pauls and how young fans can get brought into the sport. Well, here, they're already in it, and they like all forms. They don't really make a distinguishing nature between boxing, bare knuckle, that they call mixed martial arts boxing, which really isn't happening in the States. It is somewhere between bare knuckle and traditional boxing. So they're using the MMA gloves. There's no kicking, there's no elbowing, there's no grappling, but you can hit the back fist. Like I say, there's just the 4 ounces of padding. You can hold and hit, right? Just a dangerous move. And it makes for some real exciting bouts. Only 3 rounds. Those are some good action shots and good action fights. And those are hybrid cards. So we're getting traditional boxing and mixed martial arts boxing. And the place was packed. I mean, I think I told you on the phone yesterday that we saw for the press conference an atmosphere like we used to see for the MGM Grand weigh-ins. They're all about it. So yeah, anyway,
right.
You know, it'll be Moscow next week. I'll be looking to tune in for Ruiz and Kaniba. Are you on that show?
I am on the TNT broadcast for that show. Yeah, TNT will be in Jersey next week for that fight. Myself, Tim Bradley, Terrence Crawford. Have you caught that TNT broadcast at all?
No, yeah. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's a good broadcast team. I'm actually very impressed that they put the right broadcast team together. Like that, you know, it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Yeah. And I can't wait for Friday because I expect that you and Tim are going to go ahead and grab each other by the collar. I just want to see what part of the broadcast that comes.
I have played us getting to Jersey and seeing one another a couple times. And what I see happening, and it kind of is what it is. Well, you know, I'll give you 2 things, right? So number 1, people will hate my shameless plugs, but join our membership. You know, that's where you get all of the behind the scenes footage of us in the green room, you know, everything that I'm doing outside of the PorterWay Podcast, but stuff that I think is great for fans to see. You guys more than likely will see the very first interactions of Tim and I, which will happen on Thursday. It won't happen on Friday when you see us on the broadcast. You know, by then nothing scripted, but by then Tim will probably have developed what he wants to bring, and I will more than likely will have developed what I want to bring. And I have no clue what it's going to be yet. You know, I know that I went to the gym yesterday with him in mind, and I know that he went to the gym like 2 days ago in the morning, early morning, with me in mind, you know. So he was doing it early morning, I was doing late last night, you know. So consider me getting ready.
If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. Both of
Yeah, I
you.
missed the boat of staying ready.
You know what I mean? But what I like, Shawn, you didn't blow up. You're not looking like Prince Nassim Ahmed over here. You
Yeah.
are just a dedicated few months away from fighting shape. I think the same was true for Tim. He's out there having his barbecue. I'm sure, sipping his spirits. But if you decided, what, it's time to chisel down and get at it. He might be a little closer to it than you are, though. He's really bragging on an 8-pack right now.
It's impressive how quickly he dropped those pounds, and without even trying to attempt to figure out how he did it. I'm a little intimidated. I speak from the heart. It is what it is. I'm a little intimidated because for me, it's like, yo, you had the willpower to get that off like in 30 days. I mean, then you got the willpower to really, almost do anything you want to do. Meanwhile, I'm still trying to, figure it out. So I don't know, man. I have told Tim that I'm dangerous, and Tim refuses to believe it. And what really blows my mind is that he thinks he can outbox me. This is the thing that people don't expect from a match. I won't say a fight, a match between Tim and I. People aren't going to expect us to try to outbox one another, right? So I like it. And that's really, somebody said something, and maybe we'll end with this, but somebody brought up me getting into it with Keith Thurman. This was back in like 2017 because I ended up fighting for the title in 2018. So this had to be like 2017. We're at a roundtable discussion. You may have been in the room, and I hear Keith talking, and eventually I'm like, enough with the BS. So I go and I sit down next to him, and I'm cool, and I'm just watching him do his BS routine. And then he turns and he says something to me or about me or whatever. And now I get into the conversation. Once I get into the conversation, him and I start talking back and forth. It's no big deal until he says, I dress better than you. Once he said I dress better than you, I stood up. I'm like, what? That's what it took for me to pop, right? It wasn't a big thing to anybody else, but to me, once you take that shot at something that I truly believe is not real, that's what really lit the fire. So for me and Tim, I'm cool. We can go back and forth, but you all of a sudden you think you can outbox me, and that's what got me going, and that's what's keeping me going is the fact that he thinks that he can outbox me, and I'm like, one of two things are gonna happen. We either gonna sell a big sparring session or we gonna sell an actual fight. Because one way or another, I need you to know that you can't outbox me.
Okay, I was bringing this shit up like a joke, but this is getting serious. And would be remiss if I didn't bring up that he did take a shot at your pants, at your fashion sense. I don't know if you heard that, but I'm happy to send you the clip if it gets this fight closer to getting done.
No. I don't need the clip. I already knew, and I just didn't think that anybody else knew until he brought that into the conversation. But he's right. The bottom line is, SP could afford to lose a couple LBs, especially with some of the other stuff that I got lined up for myself, man. I really do. I am going to lose the weight regardless because of the stuff that I got coming up. I got a film that I'll be starring in, and it's a boxing film, so I got to get the body tight and right. So it's going to happen regardless. It's just a matter of, is Tim going to receive some blows in the process? That's the question. And I'm not talking about head blows.
All right. I'm looking for this fight to happen start of 27. I think that's enough time for everybody to be ready, getting fighting shape. We build it up. You know what I mean? Start of 27. I like it. I like it. Next time we get Tim on the line, I'm gonna wind this up. This is a good one. You know what I mean? A little exhibition, right?
Yeah.
What's 8 rounds? 2-minute rounds, 8 rounds.
Man, 2 minutes. I think we need to do threes. If we do twos,
I said twos to see if you'd say threes. See, when I say twos and you say threes, I know it's serious. I know you're really thinking about this. This is wild. This is wild.
ain't had a thought about ever fighting again, and I'm sure you've seen, like, not happening. Now, actually, next time you see me in the ring, it'll be in the film. That's what it's been. But it's Timothy Bradley, and it's just Tim.
Now, Shawn,
I'll make sure he won't walk out on the stretcher. That's all.
in your primes, how does that fight go?
I think in our problems, I beat him. I think the thing that Tim hasn't said verbally, in his prime, he still was a little immature and still a little too emotional as a fighter. In my prime, emotionally stable, mentally stable as well. And I think the intelligence that he carries now is intelligence that he wish he had back then. And I think that that's what's even getting him in this, beyond me, in this thought process of, if somebody come at me with a bag, somebody gonna get clocked. And I think it's because he knows that he's so much smarter now as a purist in boxing, and he really wants to connect that mental to the physical. Not with me, Tim, and I just keep saying that, man. In our primes, I beat Timothy Bradley in our primes.
I'm sure he'd agree. Yeah, right? I'm sure.
He wouldn't agree. He wouldn't agree. But the bottom line is this, and I told Tim this the other day. I'm more athletic than Tim, right? So the things that he had to work really hard to do, I naturally did them and could do them. So in the instance, I could be aggressive. In the instant, I could be a counterpuncher. In the instant, I could be, a boxer moving using the ring. He has to actually be intentional about being what he wants to be. And I don't think he has or even had the ability to be virtually everything in one night. I think he mostly aggressive more than anything. And I think that, I don't know what the hell boxing he think he did in the past, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Tim, don't do it, Tim.
I
Just
cannot believe you're getting me hyped for this fight. Like I'm getting hyped for this, like it's a fight. Like I'm like,
like
when
it's
is it
yeah,
gonna
like
get done?
God. And
Wow.
and Terrence was the one that started all this shit. So bottom line is this: if I lose all this weight and I have a comeback against Tim a month later, better believe I don't give a damn where Terrence at. I'm rolling up on him. I'm rolling up on Terrence after this. It is what it is. And I never said this before. So yeah, Terrence, I just called you out too. It is what it is.
Whoa. Woo-wee. Breaking news.
The
Shawn Porter
beauty, the
calling for
beauty,
all the smoke. His
the,
own broadcast mates. He's
the
he's rocking up on Friday with smoke for everybody. That's crazy.
because it's his fault.
He about to see all of these guys in 6 days. He's ready for all of them. Like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
gonna see. I'm gonna make sure that they see this. You done did it now.
Hey, listen, I'm sure it's gonna end up getting clipped, and I don't know. I'm emotional right now. I'm emotional right now. I don't know. I don't know. We got Vaughn in the ring where Ursu. We'll let this fight just kind of roll, and we'll just talk over it. But I don't think Bud recognizes the imprint that was left in our last fight. And it's an imprint of me being in a moment where, if it was a different night in different circumstances, I truly do think that fight could have gone a lot different than it did. I've never said that to him. I've never said that publicly. But we're all friends. We're all good. We all like truly do. We all love each other. We're great buddies and all that kind of stuff. But best believe, if I lose weight and come and do something with Tim, I don't. I will. The poster that we posted was in Terrence's backyard. I'm pulling up in his backyard with some gear, and whether people see it or not, like, we gonna have a conversation.
So yeah, I see now what you mean by there's some unfinished business. You're replaying the Crawford fight. You're
I
looking at the fight
haven't.
that never happened
I
with
haven't.
Desert
Yeah.
Storm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole it ended, but that wasn't the way it was supposed to go type business right there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let Errol Spence have a little rest. Well, you might just be on the warpath and run them all back.
It ain't happening. It ain't happening. I told somebody the other day, before we even do it, I got to go and talk to God about it. So,
Mm.
I ain't had no conversations with God about it. So,
But I can hear, what is it about that Crawford fight that sticks in your craw? Like I can tell there's something in there that's bothering you.
hey, listen, this is a true story. I was watching something on Instagram. It was a highlight of the end of the fight. And the only reason why I didn't do it is because I didn't want him to just like look at the message and be like, "What this dude? What is this? Where did this come from?" I almost text Terrence and told him, "You ain't even that good."
Wait, what?
I almost
What?
text him. And I was watching the highlight at the end of the fight, and I almost just text him like, "Yo, you ain't even that good." Like, but that's like the competitor in me. That's just kind of who I am. So, the end of the fight, more than the fight as a whole, was a fight where I was in my own head and really just having a moment and ended up getting caught up. And I'm look at it, and when I see it, I'm like, damn, if I wasn't in my head, if I wasn't in that moment, I wouldn't have lunged at him ignorantly. He wouldn't have caught me, and I wouldn't have been so goddamn light on my feet and gone down. Uh, you know, these thoughts are running. I was texting like, "Yo, you ain't even that good." And then I ended up telling them that when I saw him. I was like, "Yo, I was watching something the other day, and I just want you to know you ain't even that good." And we laughed about it and all that, but that's kind of what sits with me with that fight. Yeah.
You were laughing, but you were serious.
Yeah, it's one of those like half serious, half joke kind of things.
Ha
Yeah.
ha, hell.
And because I don't want to do it anymore, it's more of a joke than it is it's serious because I don't want to do it anymore.
Uh, I hear you, bro. I hear you. Yeah. It's funny. You got that Cleveland shirt on. It reminds me of the young Abdullah Mason coming up through the ranks. Because later on in the card, we see Sam Noakes is this chief
Hmm.
support, as they say in the UK, or co-main event, as we might say in America. And I would say to this date, that Sam Noakes fight is probably Abdullah Mason's most exciting signature win, the one that is most often referenced, the fight that definitely got my attention. I happened to be there ringside for that one, and I thought it was the fight of the night. What do you think is the trajectory of that young man? And with all the accolades and predictions that we're hearing about Moses Itauma, is the same kind of pressure, the same kind of expectation on Abdullah Mason right now?
Before people start saying anything, you have to have these thoughts yourself. You have to have, or would have had, these feelings yourself, right? So what I mean by that is, for an example, um, before people started telling me, yeah, you should be fighting for a world title soon. Like I had already had the thoughts and feelings of being a world champion and all those kinds of things. So where people look at it as, man, these are pressures that you're putting on these young men. We've already been there. We've already applied that a level, not to its truest state, but we've already applied these pressures and thoughts to ourselves already. So I think what you guys, what now at this point in time would be a tremendous amount of pressure. It's much smaller because we've already put ourselves there. We've already had those thoughts, those reflections, and things of that nature. So I think the talk isn't quite the same for Abdullah, even though it should be. For the purists, it is. For big boxing fans, it is. Still some out there who have questions about Abdullah. But boxing is so much bigger in the UK. So, Moses, I think if anything, he's truly facing an amount of pressure that he will actually feel in his real time. Whereas Abdullah, he gets to kind of hear it from the peers, but he gets to kind of live it on his own. Once he actually hits a moment of stardom, that most would actually view as pressure, he's already, kind of lived it for himself already. At
He's
least that's
already
how
a
I
world
look at it.
champion, right?
Yeah, at
I
least that's
mean,
how I look at it. Yeah. I mean, he's a world champion now. He's the youngest right now in the game. But again, he's not a world champion in America the way that he would be a world champion in the UK. In the UK, he probably wouldn't be able to go shopping, especially with the kind of performances that he's put on. He probably wouldn't be able to, live a normal life in the UK. He's able to live the normal life in America. And essentially what I'm saying is he's gonna be able to adapt to it. That way when it actually comes, he'll already be a little more prepared for it.
I don't think that's something true just of these lighter weight divisions, if I'm honest. Like being heavyweight champion,
That's what I
obviously,
mean.
certainly
Yeah.
in the UK, yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's what I mean.
mm, do you think that becoming champion, regardless of the amount of fanfare that you get relative to the weight class you're in or the celebrity that you have, does it fundamentally change your mentality by definition, or is it just down to the fighter? Like there's champions, there's unified champions, there's undisputed champions. How does attaining that level of success, putting your name in the record books like that, change a fighter that young?
Yeah, I didn't really understand all of that when I was younger. I didn't have those aspirations ever, and primarily because I just simply didn't understand it. I don't know how much you know about me, radio, but because I did it, I didn't really watch it. I didn't immerse myself in boxing, so those, undisputed and unified and all that kind of stuff, like I'd never really entertained that, never really understood it and knew what it was, so for me, I would only expect or assume. I know a little bit about Abdullah, so I can speak to Abdullah being a young champion opposed to others, right? Abdullah being a young champion from Cleveland, right? Cleveland's not, it's within the sport, yes, it's a boxing city, but right outside of the sport, you got basketball, you got football, and you got, everything else going on in Cleveland, where boxing is a really, really small melting pot, right? So what I mean by that is you can be a undisputed champion, and in Cleveland, you're like, that's it, right? But being undisputed, living in Vegas, and you're gonna get mobbed, and all those other kinds of things. So his experience again, and along with that, the humility that he has, the camaraderie of his family, and all that. They're a fence, right? So you got him in the middle, and the rest of them, they're the fence around him, blocking him from everything else. Just how they move, not intentionally blocking him from everything. It's just how they are, So
Mm.
him being undisputed is going to be a lot different from how someone else could change being undisputed. Haney, Devin. I feel like he got to a point where he was always very humble and let his skills show. He always had a sense of style. He had his jewelry and things like that. But I feel like Devin got to a point where he wanted you to know exactly who he was. He wanted you to know exactly what he had. And, to me, that's an amount of humility that dissipates. Once I need you to know me, once I need you to know who I am and what I have and what I've been doing and all that kind of stuff, there's an amount of humility there that's gone. And to me, that'll never show up for Abdullah Mason.
Well, that gives way to this modern era of fighters and the difference in the mentality. Now, you ain't an old man by any stretch of the imagination, but it does seem like your day is a day of the past when it comes to the mentality of the fighters then and now. It seems like an era gone by, right? There's a difference, and I made this note on about that action with my man Shawn Zittel when we were talking about, of course, the conversation that seems to be endless week after week, the glove triangle, as we coined it, between Shakur Stevenson, Davis, and Devin, right?
Yeah.
How much are these fighters these days more interested in just staying a part of the conversation, being discussed on social media, having trolls, comments highlighted on Twitter, and doing all of that profiling, literally, and pomp and circumstance and trolling and talking trash, but not nearly as interested as getting the fight on. And even when they get the fight on, they're not as obsessed with fighting the best out there. And
Right.
it appears like these guys are not so dedicated to defining themselves as the best in their division, much less the best of their era.
I said this on a show, maybe three or four shows ago now. I kind of felt like I was unmasking this as I was saying it aloud, and I was trying to I really wasn't defending Keyshawn so much as I'm defending boxers, right? And I think fans may have even gotten this a little misunderstood as well. I wasn't defending Keyshawn so much as I was defending boxers. Yes, Keyshawn's the subject here, but it is what it is. But what I was essentially saying was fighters aren't afraid to get in the ring with other fighters. Yes, timing has to make sense, money has to make sense, venue, and the list goes on. It all has to make sense for us. But at the end of the day, I believe that my skills and who I am is superior to you. I'm not afraid, but it always has to make sense. And I felt like when I started to unmask it in the moment. I was like, when it was me and things were happening in the business, I always refer to Al Heyman as AH, right? So AH would always call my dad and say, "Hey, sit still, don't say nothing, don't it'll let it play out, it'll fade away, whatever the case may be." When AH didn't want me to be public about something, even announcing fights, we're gonna announce it, then we want you to announce it. I didn't like it, but it was what it was. I always played the role that I needed to play. I never put the cart before the horse. And I was like, maybe if anything, Keyshawn ain't got nobody that's monitoring him or the business to a point of saying, "Hey, we don't need to say anything. Just sit still." He goes out and he says and he does and he says and he does and he rolls up and he does all these different things. And then all of a sudden the business saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, no, we can't do that right now." Made him now he looks stupid. So
Did he get put in the trick bag though? I don't feel like this was all orchestrated by him.
I do. I think that the business. Let's keep it 100, right? So I've dealt with this myself. My dad would say that you need a manager because the manager understands business and can move for the business, can move the business. A fighter is always going to think like a fighter. A fighter is always going to move like a fighter. Fighters can't move the business. They need the manager to move the business. So I'm saying that to say, when it comes to the business, unfortunately, the business usually talks to the fighter last. And what I mean by that is, if we willing and dealing over here, we trying to figure out what we going to do, we're not going to tell the fighter, "Oh, I see you out, shaking and moving, doing everything. I don't need to talk to you. You keep doing what you want to do. That's your social media. That's your following. It is what it is." And it does a disservice to the fighter because the fighter does not realize I'm not even going to get what I thought I was going to get. You just never told me. It's selfish of the business. It's egotistical of the business. And the worst part about it is you minimize who we are. Again, like my dad said, you look at us like we just fight and that's it. You look at us like you can't talk business to us and we understand it or we accept it. So I think that the business didn't talk to Keyshawn, and Keyshawn thought that he was going to get something that he wasn't going to get. And then all of a sudden, the business, says, hey, this is what it's for. This is how much you gonna get. And he probably said, oh, I thought I was gonna get more than that. I don't want that, And now it looks like he's ducking, I don't look at it that way.
And the business don't trust you with the truth. They
The
go
business don't
ahead.
trust you with the truth, especially Keyshawn, because let's keep it a buck. Keyshawn more than likely is gonna go ahead and spill the beans,
He can't
My
hold no
dad,
water.
and with we got to the point where felt like, he could trust my dad, he could trust me, he could trust us, and he was willing to actually give us the business. My dad was moving the management, and so they needed to speak anyway. And my dad, bless him, love him for it. He taught me the business. And so now, as a fighter turned to manager, trainer, along with broadcaster and things of that nature, I'm able to get into almost any room and speak with people, and they trust me, and they believe in me, and they trust that I know business,
You have made that seamless transition from in the ring to ringside. That was one of the smoothest moves I've seen a fighter make. I like it.
I want to really quickly just acknowledge these two guys right here, right? So we kind of commentated the first fight. We went away from it and just kind of talked. We're just having open-ended conversation here, but I just want to acknowledge these guys, and I don't want to make it seem as if, hey, we don't respect what they're doing, and our conversation is more important. I just want to throw that real quick.
Well, you picked a damn good time, because I feel like what you saw was blood running down the side of this man's face. It was like, we might have a fight on our hands over here. Sometimes you gotta let these
I was
guys
gonna
get
say that a
warmed
couple
up.
rounds ago. I was gonna say that a couple rounds ago too. So
Listen, I roped you into what is likely going to be a 3-hour broadcast. So
I know, which
I
is
have
bullshit. Like I knew this was the zone, and I knew that this was Queensberry, so I knew it was gonna be long. I looked at the card and it said 5 fights. Oh yeah, 5 fights, no problem. But I did the math, and 2 hours over here would actually be 3 hours over there. So 3.5 over there. So yeah, I just
But
did the math
listen,
too late.
the time flies, man, when we're having fun, and you need to let people settle in, right? So, because this is a lot of these are domestic clashes, right? Like, until to be fair, the main event, while Hrgovic is certainly not a British fighter, he is fighting primarily in the United Kingdom. This is also something of a domestic clash with world title implications, right? So,
Right.
because of the nature of the undercard, no disrespect to anybody on the card, but we're gonna let them mix it up a little bit and see if the fights are fun. And we got to give us a little something to talk about. Now, when Ben Davis comes back, like, this is his jam, right? He'll give us a little bit more
Uh-huh.
detail once we get to
I got you.
the Sam Noakes. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Now we're getting a little bit more engaged. But these boys, look at that uppercut, super nasty. Like, what I like about United Kingdom domestic level brawls, because at these boys, they're not hugging, they're not looking to fight off the back foot and just sharpshoot. They want to get bragging rights on the night. They want to walk out of the arena with people high-fiving them, calling their names, singing their song. They are willing to take cuts and keep fighting. They're willing to look at that gash. I mean, the doctor is taking a look over the right eye right there. And even the doctor is tatted up. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's a culture, it's a thing out there. I don't know. What do you think, Shawn? That's nasty. That's nasty. You sitting back out there with that?
You got to. It kind of is what it is. As you can see, the fight is about to continue.
I mean, it's not like, obviously, but I think he's able to see out of the other eye. It's not completely a closed eye, but I feel like a couple more punches, this guy's losing an eyelid. That's a nasty gash right there. Now, I wasn't paying enough attention to know if that was from a head clash, but their heads seem to be right. And when they're in the pocket, they seem to be banging around good enough where that could definitely be aggravated by a head clash if it wasn't caused by one.
Well, two things. Two southpaws, so the head clash is a little less unlikely as opposed if they were orthodox and southpaw, right? And then the other side is you see how clean Ursu is boxing from the outside. I can't imagine he allowed Von to get so close to him that a head clash actually happened. So but they're both bleeding though. One under
Right.
under
Ursu's
the
got a
eye.
cut under
Yeah.
his eye.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know,
But see,
man.
but they're both cuts are on the right side too. So I'm
Hmm.
just, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I'm just okay. So that's where it could have happened, like situation where they're at right there. It's a good boxing match though, man. These guys they've been throwing them.
It makes it up again. Like I say at the top of the show, shout out to Queensborough. They, the matchmakers, they know how to put an entertaining card on, and they don't always rely on star power. Like again, this is a regional card, but they know what they're about to give the fans. They know that if you tune in, you'll be getting a clash like this, like the one before this. It's gonna be blood, guts, tears, and it might come down to the very last round. For opening fight on the main card was a draw. So that just lets you know right there. These things are evenly matched because they get more even than a draw. Boy, I like this fight going down the stretch. They're gutting it out. But like you say, Urso is dealing serious business from the outside. He's not letting Vaughn get in without taking a shot. But when Vaughn does get in, he seems to land something. He don't get in there and waste no time. He gets
Right.
in. He's leaving with something.
I noticed when the fight started, I did try to pay attention when it first started, and then I drifted away from it. But I noticed quickly that we had two southpaws, and I noticed that the talent gap between the first fight and this second fight here was extremely wide. So I knew that this was going to be a good boxing match. But now, actually paying it attention, it's like it looks like another close one. And what I like about main events, or I'm sorry, undercard fights like this, even though it's on the main card, I like when guys show up and fight as if they are the main event. I hate the guys that show up and just, as long as I can get the win, these guys ain't fighting just for the win.
Like you said at the start of the card, there is in the back of their mind knowledge that, hey, I could be at the headline of this card one day. Like if I can show that fans are entertained, that I'm levels above the competition I'm at right now, that I should be higher up on the card. Look, there's the head clash right
There's
there.
a clash, yeah. Yeah,
You see what
I
I'm
was
saying?
completely wrong, but whatever.
Oh, but last Saturday, or maybe it was Saturday before, when we were in Santa Monica, and there were two southpaws on that card, and I think I was calling the fight with Paul. You were taking the break, and I asked him if two southpaws dictate almost a mandatory head clash, and he was like, "No, same thing that you just said. It's much more likely when it's a mix, but." Just in my experience, just when I'm looking at, I have no statistics to back this up, but it always seems to me that when there are two southpaws, that they bang heads. I don't know.
It's possible because they have similar styles. That could be what it is. Like Yursu he clearly is the boxer trying to use his longest range, but Vaughn has range as well. Vaughn being more aggressive, but I think primarily because he has to. I think that Vaughn's been baited into fighting this way. I think he has the ability to fight a little different, and I think Ursu is a little more comfortable being a fighter on the move. But Ursu's not afraid to stop, plant, and fight.
Ooh. Yeah, man, Ursu coming with that right hand, sweeping up kind of from the waist, coming over the left hand of Ursu, and so he's disguising the punch, and he keeps kind of catching him with that one and making Ursu move his feet to get out of the way. But I don't see Ursu finding an answer for that just yet. He keeps getting kind of surprised with it. That's the most successful shot right now that Vaughn has, but it is working. You just got to get close enough to fire it off, and that jab of Ursu is what's making it difficult for Vaughn to get close enough. And there he goes firing it again. And you talked about repetition in the last fight. If Ursu comes up with an answer for that, Vaughn doesn't want to get caught relying on that punch too much. But right now, work with what's working.
I like Vaughn using both hands. He's using both hands, and Ursu is primarily just a jab hand. Good style though from both these guys, especially Ursu.
So getting a little comfortable now, though. He's just started to drop his hands down to his waist, shoot from the hip. That lets you know that he feels like the distance and the pace is in his favor. Like he would you call that ring generalship, or would you consider that just conservative energy?
To me, it's ring generalship. It's amount of comfortable or comfortability, if that's a word. I don't even know, but yeah, he just looks comfortable. And when you can, we look at the ring generalship here. What we see is Ursu's keeping Vaughn in the middle of the ring.
Hmm.
He's not allowing Von to corner him, put him on the ropes, and then he just works it right back, right? So we talk about ring generalship. Watch the feet. His feet are very educated. He's left and right. The upper body movement as well. Ring generalship just isn't just who's being aggressive, and it's so many things that goes into it. I'm telling you, radio boxers need to be ringside judging boxing, not
Hmm.
excuse
That's
my
interesting.
language, whoever the hell that is ringside right now, judging boxing, because a fighter understands when another fighter circling the ring but still in control.
Hmm.
Judges don't. Judges think that if you're circling the ring, then you're on the retreat, you're on the defense. No, I'm actually moving and maneuvering and placing this dude like Vaughn right there. I'm keeping him in the middle. I'm the better boxer, and I'm keeping him in the middle. I'm not in the middle forcing him to stay on the outside. You know what I mean? So that's great ring generalship by Ursu.
And this is the British Commonwealth Welterweight Championship on the line here. Ooh, and this means a lot to these fellas. Like I
Yeah, I was
like
gonna say that's a
also.
big deal for them.
Yeah, I like how these domestic fighters they go up through the levels. They win
Mhm.
these regional championships, these commonwealths, these southern area titles. Like these things really are bragging rights. They are a legacy for them. Some of them never make it. Most of them never make it to world
Mhm.
championship level. So winning their area titles is a big, big deal, and that's why they're fighting tooth and nail, blood, guts, and teeth, spitting out to win it. You'll see as much passion, as much dedication, as much importance put on a fight like this as you'll see at the main event tonight on the World Championship. Yeah, that's how much it means to them.
Yeah, he looks a little upset. Is that
It
Vaughn?
looks like they're questioning whether or not. Yeah, here comes the doctor questioning whether or not this fight is going to continue. I mean,
Eee.
I could understand. It looks like his vision is really impaired. He probably can't see out of that right eye at all,
He
and
looks
that's
fine
what
to
they're
me.
testing.
Oh no, they
Looking like
stopped
there it
it.
is. There it is.
I'm
You can't
so
see out of that
wrong.
eye.
It's not fine. Oh man, I don't know.
Listen,
I don't know. Look
this
at look at what we saw just last week. Like Teofimo, he had it like that. They cleaned it up. It wasn't bleeding. He finished the fight. They cleaned this cut up. It's not bleeding. They asked him how many fingers he was holding up, and he said the right number. I saw him.
but this is spoken like a world champion who has fought through it all. I can still see the scar over your eye from the cut. Like this is a to be fair, like I say, it is a Commonwealth British Championship. To these guys, it's as important as any world title they could possibly win. That means absolutely nothing in the difference of the importance of the night, but the judges, or I should say, the doctors and the referee are going to keep a close eye on stuff like this and maybe save this guy's eye for another night. Because if you can't see out of that eye and you keep getting battered in something that big, I just feel like you're taking too much damage to justify continuing. And you save the guy from having to quit. You save his corner from
Right,
having to throw in the towel. Like,
right.
because look, you can't see out of that eye at all. You can barely see out of the other eye. You
I
can't
think
send him
that's
in
how
there
his eyes
blind.
already are. He's a eyebrow. What's that called? Like his eyebrows are like this already. You know what I'm
Swollen,
saying?
Sean. Swollen is the word you're looking for. Fucking and blind, I believe, is the technical term.
See what the chat's talking about. Oh, I wanted to ask you about this. Somebody said, let me find it. Cloud underscore junkie 732. I think Spence beats Tim easy in their primes. What you think?
I'm picking Errol Spence in that fight. I'm picking Errol Spence
In their primes.
In their primes, yeah, man. I mean, big
Yeah.
fish, man down.
Yeah.
You can't yeah. That's no disrespect to Tim. He ain't no, he ain't no walkover. That's gonna be a
Yeah.
good fight. I'd love
Yeah.
to see it, but you can't, you can't say that Errol Spence is not the favorite in that fight.
You think he would have walked down Tim? So Junkie, he came with the same, well, not the same. He came with, that's what he commented with. He said he was pre-car accident, Spence was walking shit down. You think he would have walked down Tim?
Yeah, I think Errol Spence's range, the power in his right hand, Tim would have been annoying. Tim would have definitely made Spence fight, but I think Spence is bigger, longer, and yes, I think he ultimately would have walked him down. Like, I'm trying to dress it up, but
It's just,
yeah.
yes. Let me ask you this, and then I want to have this conversation because we never talked about it. I got questions. Marshall Jed Cooper 7402 Shawn, and he's asking me, but I'm asking you. So I'll rephrase that. Radio. Did the fact that Itauma pushed him from behind show his nerves? He's nervous and scared to do anything face to face. Hrgovic had no problem coming back with the slap.
What it betrayed is a certain level of street knowledge that Moses Itauma lacks. And it also showed a crack, I believe, in his maturity. We have to remember he's 21 years old. This is a high pressure moment. He's dealt with the pressure well up until this point. He has a lot of media obligations. There's a ton of people that he respects, that he looks up to, that he sees as mentors talking about him like a foregone conclusion. Like he's already the fighter of the next generation, as if he's already unified all the belts. They are talking about him like he can't lose. Like there is nobody out there who can beat him, and he hasn't beaten anybody to earn that level of accolade. This is all perspective. This is all prospecting, I should say, not perspective. Well, it is perspective, but they are prospecting on him like a good oil well. How deep is this well? How much oil is down there? And these guys saying there will be blood. You understand? They are giving him a real bouquet of flowers, but it's so early in the game that if he takes that on board, it could be a detriment. So I think in his resistance to accepting those kind of things and trying to stay grounded when the moment draws near, he's just ready to fight. He's ready to put one more notch on his belt and get this thing out of the way. He certainly believes that he beats Hrgovic, but in that moment, he has let what Hrgovic is saying get under his skin. I think that there may be some underlying element of, in Moses Itauma's mind, is like, this is a bit fast. This is a bit much. Like if it weren't him and he was looking at somebody else getting this kind of attention, he'd probably be like, everybody slow down. Let's let him prove something. Let's see before we say, right? And so when he pushed Hrgovic off that stage, and which I found to be a real mistake, primarily because in that moment, you put the fight in jeopardy, you put the bag you're about to get in jeopardy, and you put the world title shot that you have right in front of you in jeopardy. If anything crazy happens from Hrgovic falling off that stage, you'll never forgive yourself.
Hey, let me pause you real quick because I feel like you already answered this, but what happened? Did something prompt him going that far?
Yeah, I mean, it was just normal face-off trash talk, but it is the building up of the trash talk from the sit down, from the interviews that Hrgovic is doing, from Hrgovic saying that Moses Itauma has really been gifted this level of attention, that he really hasn't done anything to earn it, that if Hrgovic was British, he'd be getting that same kind of attention and opportunities early in his career, which he never had, and he had to fight all the way up to the stage to get. And, you know, he's never been in with anybody. All the things that, while I'm sure Moses Itauma can't wait to prove wrong, have to be in the back of his mind as a possibility. Maybe we don't know.
I'm always trying to sniff out if this is real or if this is fake, right? So I'm going to rephrase that, right? They have the weigh-in, and right before or as Hrgovic is getting on the scale, he gets pushed. In this day, in this hour, in the moment of the weigh-in beginning, was Hrgovic doing or saying anything? Was anything happening? Did anything transpire that made Moses say, you know what? When he goes on the scale, I'm pushing him off.
This happened, I think, after the face-off. They were face-to-face, and
before the weigh-in.
This is, I think they had already weighed in. This is during the face-off.
Oh, okay. No, because what I saw Hrgovic getting on the scale, and then he got pushed. He got pushed as he was getting on the scale.
No, he had stepped in front of Itauma and done this, and that's why Itauma was behind him.
Okay.
He was posing after the face-off.
Yeah,
and then he pushed him because he was behind him. He pushed him, off the stage. Now, where I say is where I say is the lack of street knowledge is when Hrgovic got back on the stage. Moses Itauma was in no defense or offensive mode. He had acted like it was nothing. It was over.
And that's why, and that's the other side of it. I'm like, did somebody tell him to do that? Because once it was done, he acted like it was all good. Like, yeah, they told me to do it, so I did it. And I didn't know you were going to retaliate. Like, it didn't really. So I was like, I'm saying all that to say, I don't think he's especially bothered by the things that Hrgovic has said. I don't think he's especially frustrated or, necessarily angry with Hrgovic. I just felt like that was a moment where somebody, kind of gave him a cue to do something. And
I think he's genuinely annoyed. That moment came organically because it's stupid. Also, it wasn't even aggressive. Like he pushed.
That's what I mean.
Them, but not hard enough.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it didn't seem. You know what I mean? It didn't seem maniacal.
Because it was out of annoyance. It was like immature. It's
okay,
like
I see. I got you.
You're on the schoolyard and this guy's been trolling you, clowning you on the schoolyard, playing the dozens, and now you're in line to go back into the classroom when all you could do was like, you know what I mean? It was one of those kind of pushes, not like we starting some smoke kind of push, just like, get out of here, And I said the same thing with more zeal when Chris Eubank Jr. smacked Conor Benn with that egg. And everybody was like, where did that come from? And Conor Benn was so indignant, and Eddie Hearn was like, oh, we might have to sue. But what if an eggshell went in Conor Benn's eye? How uncouth. What an outrage. And how could he? How dare he? Where did this come from? Well, I'll tell you, I was in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, at the hotel, in the lobby, right before Chris Eubank's fight. And Conor Benn walked up to Chris Eubank. They got to John, and what did Conor do? Pushed him right in the chest. Pushed him back 3-4 steps. And what did Chris do? Okay.
Nothing. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Cutting weight. Yep. My fight is less than 48 hours away. I got this business to handle, and then I'm gonna see you. But what I'm not gonna do is jeopardize the bag. I'm not about to fight you in the lobby. I'm not even gonna throw a punch. I'm not gonna do none of that. But I got you.
You're right. And the egg, and then comes the infamous egg. Unreal is the fact that they're holding these fights right now. Like, let's keep it rolling.
I tell you, you know what it is, bro. It's DAZN, baby.
Yes.
But so months later, they finally come face to face again for the first time since the push. I
Yeah.
couldn't believe
You couldn't believe it.
that Conor Ben wasn't expecting something.
Right.
I'm sure he didn't see the egg in the palm, but you
Yeah.
think you about to be nose to nose with this man who you did that to, and he
Right.
didn't do nothing then, and you
Yeah.
think it ain't gonna be nothing now?
Yeah.
I was flabbergasted, and the whole of England was just like, how could this happen? I'm like, what? You need to come to these streets of Oakland. You need to come to these streets of
Hilarious.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Hilarious.
What are we talking about? How did you
The
not know?
number one reason why I didn't have any problems anyway, but I always thought to myself, like, I'm never gonna fight because I don't want to see you tomorrow, and then the day after that, 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 and then it gets worse and worse. And then obviously as you grow up, it really does get worse, you know? Yeah, man.
Mhm.
I don't know what the hell Moses was thinking either. So this
When
the
that man get back on that
the
stage,
slap
Moses,
connect.
you gotta be like, you gotta be ready, like what it is. You know what I mean? You know you done started something. To think that Hrgovic is just gonna get back on that stage and let that slide, that's wild.
I
That's
feel like it
wild.
was a ticket sale.
And how slow was the right hand? Now here's the other thing. It wasn't like
Yeah,
he
I
hit him
know.
with one of them because we saw
Yeah.
Caleb Plant and Canelo, right? That was
Yep.
quick.
Got to come quick. Got to come quick. Yeah. Got to come quick.
And Caleb ain't slow, but he still couldn't get Canelo in time. And Canelo
Uh-huh.
full counter. He got
Uh-huh.
him. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Hrgovic around somebody slaps Moses right in 5 fingers, said to the face. What the stunning part about it was the fact that he didn't not only see it coming when Hrgovic got on stage, but he didn't see it coming for the 3.5 minutes it took for it to get there.
Which ultimately is the Achilles heel of Hrgovic in this fight. He might be just too slow, but I like his style. I like his mentality, and obviously his experience, his size. I don't know. I think they're underestimating him.
You know what? He's gonna have to win this fight on spite. It ain't nothing we've seen from Filip Hrgovic wins this fight for him. But I think
Mhm.
maybe we've never seen this level of spite or disrespect. And the fact that he wants to prove that he deserves the kind of attention or at one time was denied the opportunities that are being laid at the doorstep of Moses Itauma. In Filip Hrgovic's mind, Moses Itauma represents the gifting nature of the path that Moses has gotten to be in the position to win a world title at 21. The
Mhm.
amount of resentment that a guy who's had to take the path of a Filip Hrgovic feels about that might be the gas in his tank that makes him perform in a way that we've never seen before. And it will require him to perform in a way that we've really never seen before from him to get this win. But I don't put it past
Mhm.
him. I saw what Spike can do for Juan Manuel Marquez against Manny Pacquiao. It took 4 times, but the fourth
I
time
was
he
gonna
was so
say that's a
pissed
little
off.
different. That's a little different.
It took him
That's a
four
little different.
times.
Yeah, I
But
mean that's
let me
when
tell you
you
what,
really know somebody.
that punch was on spite. That punch landed. That punch was full of disrespect.
I don't think we can label that all spite.
I mean, let me tell you,
little education there, a little education.
that fight week, 2 days before the fight, I interviewed Juan Manuel Marquez. He had written a book. See, people don't remember this. Juan wrote a book about his life. The point of the book, and he told me this when I asked him his motivation for this fight. He told me, Pacquiao stole my life.
Ooh,
Juan
he said
Manuel
Pac was
Marquez.
living the life that he was supposed to live. Wow,
That's what was in that punch.
that's deep.
And that's what
That's
I
deep.
think is in Filip Hrgovic's belly.
Mm-hmm.
I
Living
should have
the
had this
life
start.
that I was supposed to live. Dang.
He's getting the start to his life that I was
Mhm.
supposed to have. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be the one to deny him this because it belongs to me, and it's been
Mm.
belonging to me all these years. I'm not about to let him just have it. I'm taking what's mine, what's rightfully mine, with the opportunity that he knows, and Filip Hrgovic knows how difficult it is to get this opportunity because it was so much harder for him to get in this position than it was for Moses Itauma.
Yeah, shout out to Crom OG. He said the push was staged, and he said it's called selling the fight. And that's how I feel. I heard everything that you said. I don't ignore it. I just, don't fully accept it. I felt like it was more so selling the fight. You got Hrgovic, for the, respectfully for the sake of words, from the Eastern European countries, and then you got Itauma, who of course is still trying to build himself to being a star, and what comes with that is, for the sake of words, your reputation, what you want people to know about you. And I think if anything, the one thing we haven't seen from Aitama is this mean guy, this mean streak. And I'm not saying he's taking this coin of, oh, I want to be the mean guy, but I think he wanted to kind of, number one, wake up people to who he can be, and then furthermore, people that may have been overlooking this fight. No, I really want you to, make sure you buy this thing.
For this to have been a setup, Moses Itauma has to agree to be slapped in the face with no retaliation by Filip Hrgovic 24 hours before the fight. You're telling me
Listen to what you just said. In order for this to be a setup, right? I've been set up. Moses Itauma has to agree. I agreed. He agreed to being slapped in the face. I agreed to a goddamn 4-hour stream. It was a setup. I heard you, and as I'm hearing you, I'm feeling like, yeah, I had to agree to this. God damn it. Never again. Never again.
No, Shawn, you got tricked. That's different. That is not a setup. You got old school tricked. And you know the thing about the trick is it's good for you.
He said you got old school trick, and it's good for you.
It's like when the dog has to take his medicine and you got to put it inside a hot dog or a piece of cheese or a piece of pizza. The dog ultimately realizes, you know what? I just took this medicine that I've been spitting out all week, but it's good for you. And listen, we're having a good time. This is the cheese that I wrap the medicine in. The fans need this, Shawn. And I had to give it to you in a block of cheese. That's all. Don't be mad at me.
You could at least say in a Reese cup or something like that. You know what I mean? You said block of cheese. Hey, let me ask you.
And chocolate.
Let me ask you.
And peanut butter.
Let me ask you about a couple fighters real quick, right? So, because America, we're still starving for a heavyweight, anything. I'm really not exactly sure who's out there right now. I feel like Ruiz is on the latter side of his career. He may even lose next week. I have him losing next week to Kaneba. But Richard Torres, I always felt like Richard Torres had next. I saw him come through the Olympics and all those kinds of things. I know he's got the mind for it. No, he doesn't have the body for a heavyweight, but I felt
I don't
like
mean to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
What is on the back of this? Is that? Can you? What am I looking at?
No. Is that a crow? I think it's a crow.
Listen,
it's an eagle.
It looks very reminiscent of a 1930s type of eagle from the German regions. Who just said that?
That's Hafey. He found his way back to his computer.
Oh, I was just like, wait a minute, because I'm a Kazakh. I'm like, we got to shut it all down.
He said it was the voice of God, but we know the voice of God don't sound white. So
Bars, bars. Boy, oh boy.
Not to
But
say I
I'm
don't
not,
love white people, because I do.
but not this much. Not this much. This
No,
guy
I don't
loves a
know what
little
the hell
too
that is.
much. That's I'm not tripping, right? That's what I'm looking at. Is that what I'm looking at?
It's a ain't no. That's like Gabriel or Michael. That's an angel for sure. It's an archangel. I just saw it. It's not an
So
eagle.
I need the chat to Google this because I can't see definition enough.
I was about to,
And
yeah, I
he's
was about
too
to look it up
blonde, he's
myself.
too Aryan, he's too Nordic. I need to make sure
He's
that
too
we're not looking at
arrogant.
what I think we're looking at. Whoa.
Let me
Whoa.
see.
My goodness. Okay. Yeah, this is about to be a big sloppy clash right here too.
Oh, it's the
Boy.
last Viking.
See, like okay,
Oh
okay.
no, wait. No, I'm reading too fast. My bad.
Man, that ain't no archangel, bruh.
He's a Norwegian professional boxer and MMA heavyweight fighter known for his striking Norse-themed body art.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he's got
We
he's
watching
got the
you.
full sleeve and shoulder realism, and then he's got the collarbone. He's got something on his collarbone.
Narmo. This
Yeah.
sounds problematic.
Yeah.
Normo tattoos, bruh. You need to chill.
Normal tattoos.
I'm sorry, I did interrupt your question. I don't even know if you remember it now, but I had
No,
I
of course
needed
I
some
do.
clarity.
No, I just want to know, like, what you think about Richard Torres. I felt like he had next. I thought that I thought that he was going to get there. I still feel like he can get there, but I think sustaining a big knockout in the amateurs and then sustaining the big knockout that he just got against the Cuban fighter, the Flash. I can't think of his name,
Is it
but
Sanchez?
yeah, Sanchez. Yep. I just think that now it could be a little further away from the lip to the cup for the young man.
Excuse me. The heavyweight division for the American fighter is in a terrible situation. Like we don't got
Mhm.
nobody on the real ascent right now. Like I can't. There's not a single basket I could put my eggs in, and it's devastating.
Yeah.
It's devastating in the sense that we're so used to having some real American world beaters in our golden era that right now the United Kingdom really is running the game. And what I also said, on about that action with me and Shawn, I called this the best opportunity that the United Kingdom has ever had to have a era of heavyweight
Mm.
championships. Like because they're all going to be fighting essentially at a domestic level.
Mhm.
But because there are no other fighters coming from different regions to really contest these guys above their levels, it's going to look
Mhm.
like the domestic
Right.
level of British boxing is the highest level. They're going to
Right.
be the best heavyweights,
Right.
but that's only because there are no American world beaters to test them. What? Okay, okay. Down goes Igor. What's happened? I missed the punch. What was the punch? You see the punch?
I did too. No, I was
Oh
oh, he's
my goodness, it's
well, there it is
over.
for the Nordic guy.
Narmo.
That's what we need. Now they're
Look
gonna
at that.
feel
I
some
need
kind
a zoom. I need a
of
zoom in
problem.
on that. Why? Well, we gotta wait for the replay. To be fair, I'm assuming you people at home have seen it, but I gotta watch replay.
You
Yeah,
people.
man. It's gonna be fun to watch these United Kingdom and European fighters hash it out. I'm not taking anything away from them. You can only fight the people in front of you, but I think this is gonna be a domestic era of heavyweight boxing. Here comes a knockout.
Here it is. Good punch.
What?
It's a good
I'm
punch. Good punch.
okay.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
It's a good punch. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So wait, okay. I mean, okay.
He may have laid down. He may have laid
Okay, this is
down.
a better angle.
Oh, he had
I mean,
already
it's
turned his head and was scared and didn't want to get hit. And yeah,
he
no,
don't want to fight.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to fight. His go back to MMA.
And he wouldn't even, I mean, unless, and listen, maybe it's easy to say, maybe that just hit him on the temple. Well, it looks like a grazing shot, touch him on that temple button. But then if that's the case, he don't have
The
equilibrium to
heavyweight
stand up.
punch, the heavyweight punch is different. Okay, moving on. That's it. What about Jared Anderson? How'd you feel about Jared Anderson?
I believe what they did to Jared Anderson was criminal.
Oh.
Top Rank knew better. And when I say they did, it wasn't Top Rank who did it. Top Rank tried to protect him. They tried to guide him properly. It was His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh in Riyadh season who wanted him on that LA card, who wanted him to fight Bacoli, who moved him too fast. Top Rank said, no, it's not the fight that we want. They told Jared, no, it's not the fight that we want. And here is the danger of letting Turki in the hen house. He's a fox. And he went in there and put that money right in Jared's hands. This is the fight I want. Who knows what else he was promised on the back end if he wins this fight, if he takes that fight and does for the show what Riyadh season wanted the show to do. Don't mind you, this is a Terrence Crawford headlining event, but his show ain't selling well. The Madrimov or Magomedov, one of the Ovs, I forgot which day he was fighting, Terrence Crawford. Forgive me. Magomedov, was it? Anyway.
Madrimov.
Okay, I had the Ov correct.
Yeah.
But the fight didn't have no real excitement around it, and they lost big money in that LA fight. So they wanted to put Jared on the card. Jared was brash. He had the chains. He's acting like a rapper. You understand? And arrogant as all get out. So I didn't like the guy as a personality, but I doesn't dissuade my assessment of the travesty that they bestowed upon him. But ultimately, it was his decision. He didn't trust his promoters. He wanted the bag, and they put him in too deep a water with a Martin Bacoli, who ruined the kid's career because his confidence is shot now. He's embarrassed. He did, and the thing to do, and you correct me if I'm wrong. After a knockout like that, being beaten by just a better fighter, being moved too fast, a bit too arrogant. He took the L in front of everybody at home in America. Like all the things, I get it. That's a tough loss to take. But you got to come right back. You can't let that sit and fester. You can't be having sleepless nights for months and months thinking about it. You can't be shying away from the press and not being able to deal with the loss. And I think mentally that beating is what took Jared Anderson out of the game. We ain't seen him fight since, bro.
He was already having maybe one time, but we had already saw him having some mental and emotional challenges. That's how I like to refer to him. Not he was having mental and emotional challenges, right? The pressures of what he was projected to be, and you know what? He took an offense to it. And I'm thinking this as I'm saying it right now. He took offense to it. What if I don't want to be a champion? Y'all telling me everything that I'm gonna be. What if I don't want to be that? You can't take offense to people as wanting you to be great, but he couldn't, he couldn't see it as that, right? And so he started to kind of, for the sake of words, push against it. But this is how I provide for myself, so I got to do it. And then comes along this big fight, and it was just terrible timing for this fight before you even get to the fact that he just simply wasn't mature enough and ready for it. Headed into California, I didn't know anything about Bacoli. I'm trusting that Jared is going to be everything that I felt he was going to be there, which is everything that the world thought he was going to be. And, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Wait a minute, that's not funny.
I'm blaming her. I'm blaming her for what's on his face.
Okay. Listen, we're laughing at the image of it. Hopefully he's okay.
We have to give respect, 100%.
Medical attention 100%. Is necessary. Better safe than sorry. 100%. We don't know what's going on inside his body.
I don't want to feel bad tomorrow. I don't want to feel bad next
we
week.
We
But
don't
at
want
first
to
look,
be running this clip tomorrow. And this
But
guy
at
has a
first
serious
look.
problem. But that visual is
oh
crazy.
man,
That
at
visual is
first look,
wild.
it was bad. So yeah, that before you even get into the ring and deal with the fact that he just truly wasn't ready. So again, going to Cali, I thought but then I looked at some stuff on Bacoli. I got to get ready for the broadcast, and I said, "Oh shit." I was like, because the one thing I know about a young fighter getting in the ring with the older fighter that doesn't have what you have, the one thing that they have that you don't have is true power, especially at heavyweight. It goes for every single weight class. The maturity of a man and a still a big kid, which a lot of us are until we're 25, 26, 30. We're still big kids, I had my grown man strength when I was young, Doesn't happen to everybody. And I was worried for him. The worst happens, and it compounded everything that he was dealing with prior to the fight. And I think that that's ultimately why we haven't seen him back. I think he hasn't figured out a way to get back. And I think that's why he hasn't come back yet.
I think it's twofold
Going to come back. Yeah, go
It's
ahead.
twofold, Shawn. First of all, what if I don't want to be world champion? That's a cope.
I got to cut you real quick because I want to just say that right here we see. Oh, we didn't see the actual fight, but we saw. This was one of the very first fights I ever remember watching. Was Prince Hamed and Kevin Kelly. One of the
Nice.
very first fights I ever remember seeing. Yeah,
Man, you never forget your first.
yeah. But go ahead.
That what if I don't want to be world champion? That's a cope, man. There's a lot of different ways you can handle and deal with pressure, right? One of the less mature ways, is to pretend as if you don't want the thing that there is pressure upon you to attain.
Mm-hmm.
So that if you don't get it, you can save face. And sadly, I think this is not unique to this generation, but I do think it is exaggerated in this generation. And it can go all the way back to a movie, White Men Can't Jump, I make it look good, and part of the dynamic, and I know that I'm pulling out an old classic, but I'm for a reason, because it's Black culture. And part of the dynamic between the white man in that movie and the Black man in that movie was the white man was about his fundamentals and being able to play the game properly for the win. And he was challenging the Black man on it being too important for the Black man to look good doing it. He would rather win looking good he'd rather lose looking good than win and not be the star. You're more interested in the cosmetic of how you appear than the result and the content of your game. You can't look good, it ain't a win.
Right.
Well, in this modern era, with as much visibility as you have in your day-to-day life and as braggadocious as Jared Anderson already was in his presentation and his attitude and his dress and his engagement with the press, his whole thing was really just, bloviating rap culture and the worst presentation of it, right? So to lose face like that while losing a fight, he can't come back looking good. What he couldn't figure out how to do is look good coming back. To come back without facing the loss head on, without dealing with the trolls, without somebody every time he pulls up his social media having a meme of him getting knocked out. I mean, he got knocked out multiple times. The knockout was a highlight reel knockout. It was in the sunny broad daylight. It's a tough one. You know what I mean? All angles. Like he ain't even gonna be able to escape that. So the only thing he could do to save face is to not face it at all. And that's what's kept him out of the ring. He absolutely physically and talent-wise, I believe, could rebound and recover from a fight like that, a loss like that, a knockout like that could even be the catalyst for him tightening up his game and becoming better. It's early enough in his career where he could absolutely continue on a trajectory. And right now, could be a world title contender. I mean, look, once Usyk vacated the belts, there's enough belts to go around, enough number one, number two mandatory spots where if Jared had gotten back on the horse and in the game right now, he could be lined up for one of those. Who knows which
Yeah.
one?
Yeah. For
Couldn't get
me,
past the humility that it would
yeah.
take to get back
Yeah.
in line.
You know what? Sometimes, how they say time heals all wounds. It's one of those things that if he did come back at the end of this year, I feel like, funny enough, it's been enough time that's gone past that the humility that he might have felt last year or something like that is certainly, I think it's dissipated and it's actually should be gone by now. So it's like funny, like you're your own worst enemy, and in this respect, waiting and I can't do it again, all this kind of stuff may have been the best thing for him. The question now becomes, outside life, has that played its role and taken its toll? Just
What
don't
you been
know.
doing?
Exactly. What the hell you been doing? I see the kid out here in Vegas here and there. At one point in time, it was actually out there for that fight. He didn't have respect for me. I've seen him recently. He's had an amount of respect for me that he didn't have back right before he had that fight. So I think he's loosening up. He's maturing a little bit. My hope is you ain't went too crazy and too wild and damaged the body. That's not the case, right? Just to bring it back to Moses Itauma. With Moses Itauma, it takes in a combination of speed, power, quickness, a combination of agility and IQ, a combination of experience and fluidity. I'm really just depicting and describing everything that Jared Anderson is, so I think where Moses Itauma is right now is where we hoped Jared Anderson would have been at this point now. And I think, could he come back? Should he come back? He could work his way to at least contending with Moses Itauma. Again, with Moses, especially with his youth, it is a combination that he has that ain't too many people able to contend with. All the way to your guy, my guy, our guy, Shawn Zittel, talking about an Olympian who's like a light heavyweight right now, possibly fighting Moses Itauma in like 8 years or something like that. I'm sure he's probably mentioned this young kid to you.
Yeah, Shawn, we did a stream yesterday, men at work, and he brought the kid up. And forgive me for not calling his name. It's an African name.
Yeah.
It begins with an A.
Last name begins with an A. I can't think of the first name. Yeah.
But
you or
like
I
said,
will find it.
Yeah, but like I said to Shawn, I mean, this kid's going to the Olympics in 28. Like, that's 3-4 years out. Like, that's an era. That's, you know what I mean? A lot of boxing is going to happen.
2 years from now. It's like a year and a half.
No, but I'm saying
now.
by the time he gets through the Olympics, becomes a professional, then builds enough 10, 12, 14 wins to where he's really a contender like that, that's at least 4 years.
It's realistically 5. But it's realistically more like 5.
That's what I'm saying. So in that time, we will have fought a whole British era, and who knows what the landscape's going to look like by then. But that'll be the beginning of the next era, Mm-hmm. So the Brits, the United Kingdom, Europe, they've got a real moment right here that they can grab with both hands. And, maybe down the line, if and hopefully when the American heavyweight division ramps back up, all we'll be able to say is, thanks for keeping it hot. We'll take it from here. Thank you for your service.
I've learned from Antt. Shout out to our guy Antt, Anthony Brenagh on the PorterWay Podcast. He's taught me, don't say it, you let me say it. And I'm sitting here looking at Nassim, and I'm just thinking some things. I'm like, Ed said, "Don't say it." Don't say it.
I love you. You love me. Okay.
Oh, don't do that. Who do you like working with over there in the UK?
Well, but I will answer that question. But before we get too far away, while we were speaking earlier, we saw Ben Davison being interviewed by
Yeah,
one of the
I
ringside
saw him.
reporters. And he very likely could be a pivotal character in the main event fight tonight. Now, if this
Mhm.
thing goes all downhill for Moses Itauma, by downhill, that's a good thing, right? That means he's got the momentum, it's going his way, and it's, happening like all the past fights have happened thus far. Fine. No problem. Go back to the
Yeah,
corner, get some water, get toweled off, go back out there and close the show. That's what we've been
yeah,
doing. But,
yeah.
but if he's getting asked questions by Hrgovic, if there is turbulence in that ring and in some moment that is going to require adjustment, even if we get a bit long in the tooth of this fight, or if he gets surprised early out the gate, that's when Ben Davidson's acumen is going to be necessary to kick in. That's when you got to get a 21-year-old mind focused back on the job at hand. That's when the guy who knows him better than anybody else as a boxer is going to have to earn his wage. It will be interesting, and maybe this isn't the fight, but it certainly could be. And when
Let
that
me tell
moment
you.
comes, it'll be interesting to see how Ben Davidson handles it.
Let me tell you what's been cool for me, coaching so far. I am a person that can look at something and analyze both sides of it. What's the opponent doing good? What is the opponent trying to do? What does my fighter need to do? And I'm really good at that, right? So I've done it with you, broadcast and stuff like that. So it's almost like that same sort of mind, but in a coaching respect. And now you have to find a way to articulate it to the fighter, whether it's the fighter in the ring or when the fighter comes back to the corner. And I have actually found myself with the one young lady that I trained a couple of times when she's sparring. I'm thinking to myself, shit, I don't know what to tell her. And I'm saying, shit, I don't know what to tell her because what I've already told her, it can't do what I'm trying to tell her to do. And so I'm like, okay, well, since you can't do that, let me give you something else. And it's like, shit, I don't know what to tell her. I've come up against that like maybe twice, and she's had quite a few sparring sessions. Yeah, a dozen plus sparring sessions. I've come up against that twice. I'm saying that to say this. I wonder if it's because I'm new to the coaching world or if that's
Mm.
something that actually happens in coaching. And is that something that could happen to Ben Davison where he's, watching this fight? And once we get past rounds 8, which you haven't been past, and we get to, well, he hasn't been past 6. So once we get to 7 and 8 and 9, and whatever I told you that's always gotten it done at 6, now are you able to find it, or does it become a situation? I'm just wondering. I'm thinking out loud. Like, does that happen to coaches where they think, what can I give them? I don't know. I don't know anything else,
Well, I mean, that is your job to figure that out before the
Yeah.
fighter needs to figure it out. You need to be thinking two steps. You need to be thinking, what if this doesn't work
Mm-hmm.
before it stops working? You
Mm-hmm.
don't just need to know what to tell her. You need to know what to
Mm-hmm.
tell her.
Right.
Sometimes there's something you can tell her that will make
Right.
what isn't working work. You just got to
Right.
put it in a different frame of reference for her, the exact same thing.
She's sparring Michaela Mayer. And
Oof.
I kept saying, turn. After you punch, turn. Turn. You're not turning. Michaela says, just step around. Just like they're sparring, and Michaela says, just step around. I said, thank you, Michaela. Step around. Just
Oh
step
my
around,
God.
And she still didn't do it, right? So the round ends and she comes back to the corner. And so now I show her what I mean when I say step around. By the way, she's German, so we don't have a language barrier, but in some things she just hasn't been taught or told certain things, right? So after this fight, I'm like, thank you, Michaela. Like, I know that you can't continue to say one thing the same way. You got to figure out other ways to say it. But there's a prime example right there where it's like you got to figure out exactly what needs to be said, not always, it's not what you're saying it, but how you say it,
How you're saying it. And
Yeah.
Michaela's a G for that.
Oh, 100%.
He's a
100%.
G for that. Just
Yeah,
step around. Bop.
Just step
Probably
around.
the next time.
And hit her too. Yup.
But yeah, man, that's what sparring's for. That's what training's for. And yes, it's fair that you ask that question as a new trainer because you get very little grace as a trainer, usually from the fighter themselves, especially at the higher levels. Like you're going to be the first blamed. And you kind of got to step in front of those bullets to help your fighter maintain their confidence. And then behind the scenes, you let them know, here's what we needed to do. If I didn't communicate that clearly, we need to figure out a different language. But in the moment, I need you this, and this. This is what we need to work on, blah, 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 blah. But publicly, in front of those who would try to knock her or his confidence down after a loss or a tough round, you got to be the one to take that flack and then maintain your fighter's confidence. I mean, I don't think there's any mystery to you. Your father took a lot of criticism at times, you know what I mean? And only you and he know how much you think it was fair or how much, you might put on yourself. But at the time, because you have a father trainer, there's always going to be skepticism as to whether or not he should be a trainer at all, much less at that level, and much less even after you win a championship. It's like, okay, you got him there, let him go. Certainly, first they'll say you can never get him to a championship. Let somebody take over before he becomes a contender so that he can get all the way there. And then you get him there and you get to the championship fight. And they're like, okay, you got him to the championship fight. Now let somebody else take over so he can win this fucking thing. And then you win it. It's like, okay, well, you won it. Great job. Pat on the back. Father of the year. Now step aside so somebody can help him retain it. You know what I mean? So those questions are always going to be asked. And with you as a former world champion, you're going to get less of that than your dad got, right? Because you've got some credit. You got some credibility. The fighter is going to be the one initially that's going to be like, why are you not listening to Shawn? He's done it. He knows what it is. Clearly, it's your fault. So now you got to, ironically, do the opposite thing and be like, no, it's my fault. No, I needed to know what to say, or we didn't work on this properly. I'm going to have it ready better next time. That's a different role completely from being the fighter. And it'll be interesting to watch you grow into it, because I have not seen you do anything that you haven't grown into seamlessly and found a way to be successful at. And so I expect no different from your work in the corner.
That's love right there. I got a question right here, man. I appreciate you. Marshall Jed Cooper, 7402. Radio, you do you still spend time in the gyms, or are you done with that part of your walk?
The gym is my social club. I don't spend no time at the bar. I don't spend no time at the club. I'm not at these music festivals.
No. I meant the boxing gym, like watching boxers train.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's where I hang out.
I thought you might have thought like you yourself working out.
I can't. I'm not in the gym not working out. This is my locker room robe. What you thought? Do you think I'm in the spa? No.
I asked that because Marshall asked, speaking of training, why don't trainers go over what to do when you get knocked down? Then he said you don't want to get up and do a Zab Judah dance, the Zab Judah dance. And I wanted to know, have you seen any specific meticulous training for, getting knocked down, or, fighting when you're hurt and things of that nature? You ever seen that before?
Well, I'm not sure if this is just a bit of irony or if that person in the chat, what was their name?
Marshall.
I'm not sure if Marshall watched the Zab Judah Andre Ward all the smoke, interview because ironically, or because that's what he's referencing, that question was asked of Zab Judah by Andre Ward.
Mm,
Zab's answer was, well, we never thought we'd be on the canvas. So why are we training
hmm
for what to do when you get knocked down? Because we're not going down. We're not even
hmm
having that thought. We're not about to train for how to lose. We're not about to train for how
hmm
to get up off the canvas because we training for not going down to the canvas. So we're not putting
hmm
that thought in our minds. Now, surely one can appreciate the idea of that, but the lack of practicality in that because you
Right.
just might. Like, I'm flying all over the world. I would like a pilot who has trained for what they need to do if something goes wrong. I don't want a pilot who's like, listen, I'm training to never have an accident in the sky, period. Listen, if you
hmm
lose an engine, I want to know that you know what to do if you lose an engine, not just that you have enough confidence in the mechanic that you ain't never going to lose one, right?
hmm
But that is, I would say, the general mentality in a boxing gym is that you are not training on how to lose. You are not training on how to get up off the canvas. You are 100%
hmm
focused on never going down to the canvas. You are 100% focused on winning every fight. And it can create a blind spot of, I guess, willful ignorance. Like maybe boxing can also be, as you know, very superstitious. It is an arcane approach to the sport. A lot of the times you're dealing with very old trainers. You're dealing with guys who have been passed down from passed down from passed down. There's certain things you don't even utter. When I was training, like at Wild Card with my godfather, he would never let my gloves touch the canvas or the floor. When I go home, I can't let the gloves rest on the floor. Like my
uh,
hand's not even in them. My
treat it
gloves are not allowed to
like
touch
a
the floor.
woman's purse.
Exactly, but worse. It's worse. Like, you know what I mean? You can lose all your money, but you can't lose the fight. Like it's kind of that kind of weird superstitious stuff. And then what Ward said in return was even he used to train with his father, because I think maybe his actual father before Virgil. They train a little bit very, very early days on what to do, how to recover from a knockdown, how to take the 8 count. And even that isn't really like what to do. It's like, yes, take the 8 count. That's kind of at this point become common knowledge. But what I've seen from Lomachenko in person was they would spin, 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 spin until the equilibrium was off, till they were proper dizzy, and then train getting up, focusing, getting your equilibrium back, getting control of it intentionally. That's the only
hmm
people I've ever seen do it.
hmm
Uh, so yeah, to answer your question, the Ukrainians, I'm assuming that Usyk probably does something like. I've never personally seen him do it, but I know that their training method, especially early days, were very, very similar. They train together all the time. I've seen Lomachenko train that way. So other than them, I've never seen anybody do it, and I think it's for the reason that I just stated. Like boxing's very superstitious, especially black fight and stuff like that. The last thing that you are allowed to do is think about losing or think about getting
Right.
knocked down.
The thing to me, and again, this is hindsight. I've never had this conversation before. I haven't done this with the two fighters that I've trained, but I will after actually having this conversation. Now, to me, it's redundant. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Hmm.
While we know that that's the position we never want to be in, when we can acknowledge that, if I can acknowledge that after this, I could be mentally hurt the rest of my life, and I'm going to do everything I need to do to stay safe so I'm not mentally hurt at the end of my career, then why wouldn't I acknowledge everything else? The fact that I could get knocked down. So I'm going to acknowledge the fact that after this, I could have memory loss. But in the process of making sure that I do everything I can so that I don't have memory loss, I'm not going to do everything I can so that if something happens that's going to cause the memory loss, I'm not going to be prepared for that as well. So I think you're right. It's two things. I think number one, I think it is the pride. I think it's pride more than it is superstition. The pride of, well, we ain't never gonna be there. Okay, well, what if? Okay, because what if, as we like to say, it usually comes, right? That's number one. And then number two, like me and my dad, we never thought about it. Never thought about. I never thought about training for something were to happen. Never thought about it. My dad's thing was, if anything happens, you go to the neutral corner, you look at me. My dad never told me or taught me if you go down or anything like that. My dad was always on the other side of it. When something happens, you go to the neutral corner, you look at me, I'm gonna give you directions, right? The fight I had with Keith Thurman. Keith, in the amateurs, they taught us how to tactically smother our opponent without holding them. And the way we did it, we would get chest to chest, and we don't do this. We keep our arms out, and now we use our arms to maneuver our opponent. And if you look at the '04 games, you look at the '08 games, you'll see a whole lot of that. A lot of tactical from everybody. A lot of people were a lot of smothering and doing that, right? So Keith caught me with a shot, and I took the concept of what they had taught us in the amateurs and never did it ever again. But I took that concept, and when I got caught, I found him and I grabbed him. And God bless me with recovery. I recovered in a second or two. It's boom, boom. And we got right back doing what we needed to do. My dad never taught me how to clinch. My dad never taught me how to hold. My dad never said, hey, if you get caught, this is what you do. I instinctively did it. After that fight was when I realized, my man, you need to get prepared if something like this happens. So what I would do when I would go to fights and a knockdown would happen and it would get loud in the arena, I would visualize myself having to go through the energies and the emotions of getting up and hearing and feeling the tension and the emotions of everything going on. That's the closest I ever came to preparing for the worst case. But I think it's something that we've been oblivious to and ignorant to, and we shouldn't do that anymore.
Well, we gotta mention the action in the ring, right?
Yes,
we
sir.
are at the Sam Noakes fight. Brenagh is a hell of a opponent in this fight. I think this is a great chief support co-main event. You'll remember Sam Noakes, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, from the World Championship fight with Abdullah Mason. What a cracking fight that was. And there were some moments of jeopardy for Abdullah. Sam Noakes took him to the brink. Abdullah did his thing. And I think that was, I would say, the most memorable fight globally that Mason has had. And so this is the road back for Sam Noakes, who had put on such a good fight and gave such resistance to Abdullah that his own stock rose even in the loss, right? So we'll see, because this Brenagh fight could go either way. This is for the vacant WBO International Lightweight Championship. So there is something on the line.
The UK oh man, I'm losing my train of thought. Ukraine, a lot of these countries, even if they come from different sides of the country, they don't come from the exact same region in the country. A lot of these countries, because they're smaller, they're states. They all train the same. And they all have the same backgrounds and things of that nature, right? So same for us. You see the regions of Cincinnati, the regions of Cleveland, even though we fight the same, we're a little different. Then you got Philly fighters, you got DC fighters, a little similar, but still a little different. Way different from Cali. A lot of those guys are just, straight ahead. I'm going to bang the body. I'm going to get you. Our regions, we all fight a little different, which is why in America we have so many different styles. I'm saying that to say Brenagh has the Ukrainian background. He's got the Alexander Usyk background. He's got the Vasily Lomachenko background. So we're going to see a lot of movement from him. We're going to see a lot of punches from him. And even though he's the B side in this fight. He's definitely a live dog because of how he boxes and his background, what he brings to the ring.
Do you think that Brenagh is able to beat Sam Noakes tonight? Like, Sam Noakes is definitely, I think, set up to win this fight. This certainly what Golden Boy, wow. See, talking to you, boy, to take me back. We haven't done a Golden Boy fight in ages, but I think this is meant to be Sam Noakes' night.
He got bought out. Just not publicly.
But
anyway,
this is a scrappy co-main. Like,
to your question, I think this is what a lot of people expected from Abdullah, or thought that Abdullah should have done, which is move more. I don't think this is excessive movement from Brenagh, because this is just his boxing style. Abdullah Mason, while it made the fight exciting, fun to watch, and I appreciated it, a lot of people didn't. They felt like he didn't fight intelligent enough. You could say that. But at the end of the day, it's an entertainment. This is a business, and it's an entertainment. And because Abdullah fought the way that he fought, he entertained us. Sam, they entertained us. But as we can see, Noakes has to set in order to punch. So this movement that Brenagh is presenting is going to be a headache for Noakes. We can see it here and now, the third round, and I like it. I just want to see a little more offense from Brenagh. Yes, I think that Brenagh can possibly upset Sam Noakes. Number one thing is he has to have the judges on his side, because his style dictates. He's not the dictator here, but in my opinion, he is. And another fighter would see that. Judges aren't able to see that.
And like you say, the reason why they're fighting. I wonder, do you think that?
I don't think he won the round, by the way. I didn't judge the first two, but I didn't think Brenagh won that round. Just not enough offense.
I see a busy fight. When you mention the movement, I recognize that is a difference. He keeps giving Sam like a little bit different looks, and Sam's at the moment kind of following him around. Sam's still the busier fighter, but Brenagh is fighting in spots where he wants to fight and moving out of the way of getting those receipts. You talk about how many styles that there are in the United States, like the different styles from Philly and New York fighters, LA fighters. We've got so much rich talent from so many corners of this massive country. But when you look at United Kingdom fighters, do you put them all in the same bag? Do European fighters generally, again, and we're making a cutout for the Ukrainian because they are exemplifying a very specific style in the Lomachenko Usyk type of training. But even that's almost just like one camp. I don't even know if we can paint that as a Ukrainian brush, or if these guys just happen to be Ukrainian, because that's certainly not how the Klitschko brothers fought or trained, right? They were training with Emmanuel Stewart. they came to America to get that swag.
Right.
But do you see, to a degree, United Kingdom fighters, when you see a European fighter on the other side of the aisle or the other side of the ring against you when you were fighting, do you think, that's a one-dimensional guy? Like, I know what to expect from him.
I got theory here, right? So this is my theory. The reason why we don't see more or all English fighters fighting the same, I think they had pride in how they fought in the style of being an English fighter. There was a pride there. You did have the exceptions like Prince Nassim Hamed, where he was more flash and thrill, but for the most part, they were good outside boxers that relied heavily on the jab, on movement, and then would apply the power when needed. I think now the pride isn't the same, and just like here in the States, around the world now, fighters want to look good, like you were talking about earlier with your analogy with White Man Can't Jump. I think fighters around the world now, they want to look good. You see fighters around the world now using that shoulder roll. You see fighters around the world now being trying to be aggressive and just punch hard. I think around the world, the influence of America has, touched the world and everything. And I think that it's clearly touched the sport of boxing and everywhere as well. But I think there was a more pride, and maybe there were older coaches back then that were just like, we don't do that. I think that's gone. And in some ways I appreciate it. But in other ways, I'm like, kind of be you, I think we see more fighters around the world now, not just in the UK, but not fighting in the specific style or sense that they've genuinely traditionally fought in.
Where do you put Conor Benn in that conversation?
Conor Benn, just like his dad, his dad was very aggressive. And again, I don't know his dad's background, so I don't know how much like amateur experience his dad had, but his dad knew he had power, and he relied heavily on that power, right? So you got the exception with his dad where I don't think he grew up as a conventional boxer learning how to put the ones and twos together. I think he was more so just, I'm gonna find you. When I find you, there's nothing you can do about it. Conor has that same mentality. He doesn't have the same amount of skill and talent that his dad had, but he has that mentality, that kill him, get him kind of mentality. I'm inclined to believe it's gonna get him in trouble against Ryan Garcia.
When I speak about Conor Benn and, because of this Garcia fight especially, there's a lot of conversation about levels and whether or not Ben is really deserving of even a world title shot. And if his skill set has him outmatched in this matchup.
I think the purists knew that. I'm sorry, but I think the purists knew that about Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. So it was like the same. It was like, in retrospect, everybody must have had a conversation after the fight. But there were people like you and I that were like, kind of know,
We were saying, well, is this conversation around Garcia, around the Tank Davis fight, being informed by Garcia's profile and popularity? Are we matching these fighters up and this is a super fight because of how well known Garcia is and not how good Garcia is? Are we having a conversation around who wins this fight as though it is less one-sided than what it is because we know that Ryan brings in a huge audience and it is comparable to what Tank Davis is bringing. And that's where the matchup really is in popularity. If it's a popularity contest, it's 50-50. If it's a boxing match, it's a little one-sided. And then you put on top of that the weight drain and, this thing gets kind of out of whack. And so you're looking again at another situation where Conor Benn's already noting the weight drain. He's already saying he won't fight at this weight again. He's already showing pictures of being gone. It's like he's setting up his defense, not for the fight in the ring, but his defense for the loss after the fight in the ring. Mm-hmm. But when I talk to other fighters, almost to a person, especially if we're off camera, they are very dismissive of the skill set that Conor Benn brings to the ring. They almost laugh off this matchup, and no one's calling Ryan Garcia some master technician or some incredible fundamental mastermind of boxing. But with that said, they still see this as an incredible mismatch fundamentally. Do you think that's fair? Do you think, is that really the talk behind the scenes of those of you who have been in the ring and pursued this at the highest levels, that Ben's just not at the level?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the consensus, especially when you consider how Ryan Garcia looked in his last fight. You consider Ryan Garcia's amateur background combined with his experience now as a professional fighter. You look at, respectfully, Conor Benn I don't think he has two left feet anymore in the boxing ring, but they're definitely more recent than later. It's he had two left feet in the ring. It was, big left hooks, big right hands, no clean jab, no true method to madness. It was more so madness than anything. I think he's polished it up in the last 2 years. Primarily because of those two fights with Chris Eubank, going back to the drawing board and trying to figure it out. I think he's also I don't mean this in the truest sense of the phrase, but when I say a head case, what I mean is, he's emotional, and sometimes emotionally he may get a little outside of himself in the ring where he ought not to. All that said, what's said about this fight is fair when you consider all that, but when you also consider the fact that it's like I like to say, we're all trained weapons. And it's just a matter of, is my weapon going to be effective before your weapon is effective? And I think that based off of how Ryan looked in his last fight, this is going to be a hard one for Conor Ben to try to figure out a way to, find an explosive punch. I think timing is on Ryan's side, and I think that I just think that this, yeah, what everybody's saying, I think is relatively fair.
Well, speaking of timing and the punch being on your side, it looks to me, well, I'm keeping one eye obviously on this co-main event. It's a busy fight, and Brenagh has Sam Noakes chasing him. Brenagh is having success with his jab sticking and moving. He's floating around the perimeter of the ring. And when Noakes touches him, he's touching him with the jab for sure. But it appears to me that Brenagh is having some good success in just getting Noakes to follow him around and walk him onto shots. It looks like Brenagh is having the more effective punching, and I'm really interested to see if he can keep this busyness, this pace up down the stretch of the fight, because moving like that obviously expends a lot of energy. He's staying on his toes, he's steady moving, and he's not giving Sam Noakes a stationary target. But with that said, Sam is being really loyal to the jab, and
Mhm.
he's outlanding on those jabs. In fact, the punch stats just came up that it's 23-7 right now in jabs, and 142 to 168 on the fight so far. So yeah, that jab is working for Noakes, but I'd like to see the power punch stats now, because I feel like Brenagh is getting the better of it, but I can't say that definitively. So this
Yeah,
fight, I think,
being here
is up for some
talking
suspense.
over it and also trying to tune into is definitely a little harder to score the fight. But tell you the thing that if you didn't already know, you know this now. Sam Noakes is, for the sake of words, either one-dimensional or somehow unprepared for a boxer such as Berincic, that he should have known he was going to come into the ring and move and use all of the ring. I think this is bad preparation from Sam
Mm,
Noakes' team, because for you to walk into everything that Berincic is delivering, for you to allow Berincic to simply get off of the ropes like he just did, like my dad would say, once you get in right here, fight begins. Once the fight begins, you can't let it in, because once that reset happens right here, we got to start all over, and you got to cover up that ground all over again. Um, I'm
mm.
willing to believe that Sam doesn't have the abilities to close distance and then and punch while closing the distance, and then once the distance is closed, do work. You got to do work. And I'm willing to believe that they didn't prepare for it either.
Which
Right,
is
straight right.
why, to your point earlier, we wanted to see something else from Abdullah Mason, because he gave Sam all that Sam wanted, which was a fight right there in the pocket in the middle of the ring, gave him no angles, no movement, just allowed it to be a back and forth, which Abdullah, with his grit and power punching, speed, and angles in the pocket, was able to overcome and outwork Noakes and get that win in an exciting fight. But that ain't the kind of way you want to have longevity in this game, in this career. And if you have the ability to move and have the power and have the angles and be able to mix up your attack, well, that's what makes you a great. And that's what Abdullah Mason needs to add to his repertoire, the attention to that level of detail, and not just rely on his one-dimensional ability, which can get him the win but won't get him the longevity. Now, with all that said, you know, as you said, we're not really scoring this fight, but we're in the 7th round. This is the stretch. And if that jab is scoring and people who have scorecards in their hand are valuing the aggression from Noakes and seeing Brenagh moving around as running or disengaging, or as they say in the UK, being negative, those rounds could potentially be going to Sam Noakes. But, you know, it's not an impressive performance from Sam, because he should be cutting the ring off. He should be able to land combination punches when he's inside. He shouldn't just be following Brenagh around. Yeah, that is something that either you can fix, and because you have the ability to do it, or you can't, and this will be your Achilles heel with any fighter who can move like Brenagh.
Yeah, you know, with movers, my thing is, offensively, you have to capitalize on the openings that are created. To me, Brenagh isn't capitalizing enough. There's not enough offense coming from him. A lot of movement. If his offense matched the movement, like right there, nice little double jab and then the uppercut, that worked. Why? Because you've been moving all night. You know, eventually, Brenagh is not expecting you to move in, and the rhythm and flow worked for him right there. But outside of that one moment, you know, it's a lot more movement than it is offense, you know, and the offense is still missing. I hate to say Sam Noakes is winning with his aggression, but he's just, you know, he is the one landing more or cleaner or harder shots, you know, as the fight goes. But it's no secret that Berenchik's movement is giving Sam Noakes big problems. Good body shot right there from Sam Noakes.
And as you just clearly stated, I'm seeing it in real time that Brenag's offense is really falling off. Like, you know, middle rounds, when I was saying he was doing well, he was throwing shots, he was landing big punches, you know, power shots were landing. And in the last couple of rounds, but certainly here in the 7th, we're not seeing much from Brenagh but movement, and that definitely ain't gonna get it done. The judges can't wait to give the round to the guy who's coming forward. If you're backing up and not throwing punches,
I can't wait for this round to be over. Hey, you said what did they call that over there? Movement,
being negative,
being negative. Ooh, I never heard that before.
Yeah, that's what they say. I like the way they put it that way. But it does give a negative connotation, which it doesn't always apply, you know? But I think it is a mathematical reference, right? You are disengaging. So yeah. Now we see Moses Itauma in the locker room warming up.
Man.
Ben Davidson. Yep, he's still got that spite on him. You know that ever since he took that slap, if you don't think that it is performance, if you think it was real, like I do, then I think from that moment to this moment, he has been thinking about getting slapped in the face on that stage in front of everybody the entire time. Like, I think he tossed and turned about that. I don't believe for a second that he agreed to or even was tricked into being slapped voluntarily. Like, this is going to be an interesting observation as to whether or not Moses Itauma comes out there with a head of steam because he's angry. I think he is not happy at all with the way that Hrgovic has, in his mind, disrespected him, or to quote him, not giving him his props. And he is coming out here to prove not only that he deserves props, but if you don't give them to me, I'm going to beat them out of you. And if he starts fast, which he is accustomed to doing, he's had great success starting fast, first round knockouts, getting guys out of there, cleaning them out quick. Why wouldn't he think that he should start the same way with Hrgovic? But let's see if that is to his advantage in this case with a more seasoned fighter, a guy who is known to have a chin, who clearly is slow, who is definitely older, who may not be able to catch the young man if the young man gives him angles and makes him wait. But if you come right to him,
Ooh, good right hand right
Hrgovic
there
has a
from
pop.
Yeah,
You
good right
know?
hand from Noakes right there.
Yeah. Ooh, I seen him miss one. I missed the one that he
He
landed.
just
But if
meant,
it was like the
yeah.
one that he missed, that's a great
No, it
shot.
was straight down the middle. It was a good, nice little straight one right down the middle.
Hmm.
Short right hand too. But
And
I'm watching this fight and I'm just thinking to myself, I remember there were times where, especially in amateurs, where guys were, try to move on me and things like that. And my dad would say, this round we're exclusive to the body. And that literally meant
mm,
we're not trying to get your head. We're going in there to break you down, to hurt your body, and with the expectation that you'll stop moving so much and you won't have the same amount of hand speed. And now will be able to have our way with you. And I'm watching Sam Noakes and I'm just thinking to myself, like, I know not everybody coaches the way that I was coached. Not everybody has the kind of mind that I have, but you have to be able to think to yourself, this is a worldwide understanding. This is known worldwide that when you hit the body, the feet slow down. When you hit the body, the legs go away. And for me, I put the first onus on the coaching because I'm like, there hasn't been any moments that he's tried to pursue the body in the way that he was intentional about slowing Brenagh down. They're complacent with this rhythm of the fight. And I hate that because for
mm,
me, the purpose of boxing to me is for one opponent to completely conquer, disable, dismantle, completely turn off everything that you do great and do what I do so well that we see that I'm the winner, the true winner of this fight. And I feel like that's not even remotely close to happening.
mm. Yeah, there's no adjustments being made. We're watching the same reel played over and over again. And now that Brenagh really doesn't have the offensive output that he was displaying in the
Another good
early
right
middle
hand.
rounds.
He thought he had a French right there. It's a good right hand right
Yeah,
there. He's
yeah.
winning. He's winning the fight. He's winning these rounds. That one was a little closer, I think, but there's been far too many moments to me where, I know I was known for my physicality. You gotta get physical. You gotta, really left and right, and there's nowhere you can go. A lion in a cage. Like there's so many different ways you can articulate this, and I'm like, where is it?
Well,
That
we
was
can
the right
also
hand right
see
here that I
that
saw.
Sam Noakes, I think he's catching the rhythm of Brenagh now. He's still not really cutting him off, but he knows where to be. He's landing some bigger shots. It's not just all jabs. You just saw right there in the replay, the right hand right on the chin. He's not hurting Brenagh. He's touching him up. He's bruising him up. But he's not really battering him. He's just pulling away in the fight. He's
Hey,
comfortable
but you
now.
know what though? But at the end of a fight, I don't want to hear you say, yeah, he ran all night. What I'd rather hear you say is, yeah, I stopped him from running all night. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm,
there's a difference. There's a difference.
mm. Yep, the unofficial scorecard from Carl Frampton has this 78-74 for Sam Noakes. Um, and to your point, he gave Branchek that last round. What are we looking at now? Fan zone. The fans have it a shutout for Sam Noakes. I'm not sure about that, but it's probably close to that. uh, as a puncher yourself, is it more satisfying to stop a guy with a headshot or a body shot?
I think the body shot is really the one, right? So you got the head shot where the guy falls crazy and they don't get up, and it's like, did what I had to do, right? But then there's the body shot, and it's like you hit the body so many times, and then that one that lands perfectly, and you knew that it landed perfectly, but you truly don't know it until that beat, two beats, and then the guy goes down, and it's like, I knew it, you know.
Yeah. That delayed reaction from the body shot, that's my favorite kind of highlight.
Uh huh. Uh
And take that knee.
huh.
Ugh.
You been hit to the body like that before?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. But you know what the thing about me is, and this is all in sparring. I've never been a competitive a fighter, so I enjoy sparring with people I know and people I may not know as well but trust. Right? I don't get
Hmm.
in there. I don't get in there and spar with perfect strangers or people with
Hmm.
something to prove. So I'm
Right.
always sharpening skills, whatnot. But with that said, sometimes you get these guys who are bullying. They're thick, they're heavier than you, they want to push you around. And, the fighter that I emulated myself after, the one that I saw as, hey, man, if I could be a professional fighter, like if I had that level of skill or dedication or had begun that early, the one that looks like me in my mind in there, I'm an Oscar De La Hoya guy, right?
Oh,
That was the
okay.
one I'd be like, man, I wish I could fight like
Uh-huh.
Oscar,
Uh-huh.
So I'm out there dealing, and boy, if I can come around and get you with that kidney shot, that's the most satisfying thing of all. And a lot of times, the guys that want to spar in the gym are the stocky guys, the guys that want to grab and push me around, and I come around that back elbow, and yeah, oh,
Grab those damn
oh.
elbows. Shut the hell up. Hey, nice little turn of events here, though. Barincic has
Hmm.
sat down a little more, and he's tried to be right there in the mid range, and he gave Sam Noakes some opportunities. Sam caught him a couple times too. It's nice. That
Okay.
was a good round. That's a good round. But again, it takes Barincic's kind of being there and making a fight in order for it to be what that round was. That was good.
Because Branchick ain't gonna quit on the fight. He's still gonna be looking for his moment. He's, potentially, I don't know, he's, the big kind of puncher that could be a one punch knockout, but at the same time, you never know. You get in
Is
there
his
and land
name
something strong, you wobble the boy.
is his
Hmm?
name Dennis? What's his first name? Barincic's
Yeah,
first name.
Dennis.
Yeah,
Dennis.
you look
Spelled weird, but it's pronounced Dennis.
okay. I'll find it.
Um, yeah, so this is gonna be an entertaining close to the fight because both fighters are still trying to win. The
Oh
margins are clearly
yeah.
very wide on the scorecard, but Baranchik is not giving up the fight until the final bell. So we're in round 10, the 10th and final round. And I expect some fireworks here, some last minute, last ditch efforts from Baranchik. Well, he's already making a liar out of me. He's still circling. Would have
Barincik
thought with
is
only 3 minutes left, he might try to land some haymakers.
yeah, it's 38. They live and die by the sword, and what I mean by that is, this is their style, this is what they do. They're gonna win with it, they're gonna lose with it, and hopefully not complain if the decision doesn't go the way they expect it to go, want it to go, which we don't expect.
But Carl Frampton agrees with you. He gave Branchick that last round as well.
Yeah,
So
that was a good round.
without a knockdown, at least, it's not going to be enough if Carl Frampton's card is to be believed to shore this fight up. But Branchick is coming on uh, in the final rounds and making it a tough one for Noakes.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah. This movement ain't getting for me.
It's not, but listen, what's this, 135, right?
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
many,
yeah, yeah.
do I think Sam Noakes is or um Kid Austin is a he's a nightmare for Sam Noakes. That amount of speed, power, quickness, and agility, everything that we see Barincik has, Kid Austin has that and the pop to back it up, and he likes to fight.
Mm,
Sam Noakes will
mm.
get, obviously he's gonna get past Barincik, but he's not he's not world class. He fought Abdullah Mason. He got there for that one, but he's definitely not world class. I think there's a difference between being able to contend for a title and being world class, being there, being able to be there, live there.
Yeah. I famously have said that for me, 140 is the clearinghouse. Like you got to get on the other side of 140 to be a real superstar in this shit. Like there is 140 is the gate. You understand? And until you get on the other side of 140, you can be entertaining. You can like, okay, I'm watching. I'm not disrespecting. I get that the talent's there, that the great fighters are there. Some just can't be as heavy, but until
Right.
you get to 147,
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
monsters, you just ain't grown man shit. Like
Yeah.
these guys, it's fun.
You got now a Inoue,
Hmm.
which he's yeah. I'm going down the list real quick, right? You got Noah
Hmm.
Inoue, which is he's what they say must watch TV, but I just haven't been able to watch him. I'm sorry, I just haven't been able to watch him, and I know a lot of fans out there are mad at me for not watching him, but I kind of side with you. I'm just kind of like, You got Bam Rodriguez, which Bam again lights out. He's doing his thing. If I happen to miss it, dang, I hate I missed that, but I'm not like miss it. You know what I mean? Like he's just no disrespect. I love the kid. I'm happy for the kid. I'm excited for the kid. It just doesn't hit the same, right? But remember,
Literally.
yeah. And I was setting this up because but now I'm losing his name. Oh shoot, I'm losing his name now. I have his face. I don't have his name. And I'm not gonna let you give it to me, and I'm not gonna give you any sort of clues on who it is because when I say it, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, okay, okay.
I don't even have an
Damn, it's on
idea where
the tip
you're
of my tongue.
going with this.
I know you don't. Let me get it real quick. I'll find it. Once upon a time.
It does appear that both fighters here have accepted what the fate will be. It doesn't look like Barancek is expecting to win this fight, so we're
Yeah.
looking to have Sam Noakes' hand raised.
But once upon a time, you had Nonito Donaire popped on the scene, and Nonito was must-watch TV.
Yes, he was.
And I was
Yes, he
watching.
was.
And I was watching.
Yes. Yes. Listen, I mean, Pretty Boy Floyd was much watched TV. I'm not they
But those guys that with the so I'm saying all that to say what the smaller guys are missing is the essence of being able to be sold to a mass audience. Pretty Boy, Nonito, obviously the list kind of goes on, but then there's the list of guys who made you feel like I had to watch them, and it was just this
superstar. These
essence.
guys are
Yeah,
stars at that weight.
yeah. There's no
Superstardom waits
super.
on the
There
other
you go.
side of
There you go.
140.
There
That
you
is
go.
that. It's that. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, Adrian Broner
Yeah.
did a lot of work down there at
Super.
35 and
Yeah.
but he skipped 40, which is also to
Hmm.
me a real telltale. Paulie skipped it. Like you can't be skipping 140. That's the clearinghouse. He
That's the
tried to jump right to
clearinghouse.
47, and that ain't it, bruh. Ain't no, no, no,
Yeah.
ain't no
Tell.
fast track, easy pass. Yes, yes, you must walk through the wilderness, the hot sands. Okay. Sam Noakes, victorious. Didn't hear the scorecard ran out, but I think fairly one-sided. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a unanimous decision. He's got that international belt around his shoulder now. And we move on to the fight we've all been waiting for. Hopefully, DAZN doesn't make us wait too long
Oh, they
to
will.
get the main event in the ring. Sam Noakes will be proud of that, as he should be. It's been a good night for Queensberry. All entertaining fights. Everybody came to win. And while we might have talked through some of these bouts to a degree, we touched on all of them, and everybody delivered a little bit of entertainment for us. Not too long a wait now for Moses Itauma and Filip Hrgovic. One of them will be crowned for the first time world heavyweight champion. Been a long wait for Hrgovic. A lot of positioning, not quite getting him to the moment like this, but here he is. It's been a short wait for Moses Itauma. Some say possibly too short, but the expectation, the potential, the amount of confidence in this young fighter to dominate the division one day, and that day starts tonight. 18 minutes and 10 seconds away, according to the countdown clock. A little longer than I would have hoped, but the zone is the zoning.
The zone is the zoning.
But who knows? That might be longer than the fight itself, if history is to be believed for Moses Itauma. We got a longer wait for the fight than the fight will take to watch.
Do the shameless plug real quick. You'll be in town for Garcia and Ben?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I will not be.
What?
On the Dallas.
So wait, mean I'm gonna have to host the Porter podcast?
Yeah, I'll be
Well,
down
what are
in
you
Dallas.
doing? Where are you going?
I'll be
to
right back. I'll be right back, but got some business to
Are you
take care
gonna
of
be
down
back
in
on
Dallas.
Sunday?
I'll be back Sunday because I have an event. Here's the shameless plug here. I have an event that we're doing at the HyperX Arena. We're gonna kick it off with a meet and greet at 1:00. We'll start the podcast at 2, if I'm not mistaken, and then maybe I had those times a little wrong. Meet and greet at noon to 1. No, meet and greet. Yeah, meet and greet noon to 1.
Wait, on what
Podcast
day,
1
Shawn?
1 and 2 on
Give us a
Sunday.
proper drop.
On Sunday, excuse me. So Sunday, September 13th, we're doing a boxing invitational at the HyperX Arena. We'll kick it off with a meet and greet. That meet and greet will be noon to 1. We'll do the podcast episode recapping kind of Ben, Ryan Garcia, 1:00 to 2:00. And then we're going to keep the podcast rolling, and we're going to stream amateur boxing right there at the HyperX Arena.
Nice
Yeah.
one. Well, what does that have to do with Saturday night?
I won't be there Saturday night. That's what that has to do with it.
Why not?
Because I'll be in Dallas. But I got business that I got to attend to, and I can't be stalled. It can't be.
That is the craziest non sequitur I've ever heard. You just
I know.
introduced two totally separate ideas that had nothing to do with each other, as though it was the
Not
same
true.
thought. What does Dallas have to do with the Sunday?
Oh, Dallas is
podcast?
Saturday, which is why I won't be there. Well, you asked why I wasn't going to be at the fight. I said I'll be in Dallas.
Yeah, I said, why are you not going to be at the fight? You start talking about, that's why I said, well, what day? You're like, well,
That's a
we're
shame.
going to do a meet and greet. And I was
Hey,
like,
listen,
well,
if I didn't mention Ryan Garcia and Conor Ben, people might not have listened. I said the names so that people would listen.
okay, fair enough. Fine. That's cool. That's cool. I'm getting less and less desirous of being ringside for each and every fight. Like, I don't have to be there. I'm happy to be doing this instead of being right there. Now, granted, I'm not out here just hanging out. I had a show halfway around the world last night, so I couldn't be there. But if we're going to continue this plug, what I did last night was for the IBA. It was IBA Nomad collaboration card for International Boxing Day. And it doesn't get more international than sitting in Astana, Kazakhstan, with fighters from all over the world on the card last night. Traditional boxing and MMA boxing, which is 4-ounce gloves, but no grappling, no kicking, no elbows, no knees, no wrestling. It's just not quite bare knuckle. I actually like that sweet spot between bare knuckle and traditional boxing. Those MMA gloves make it interesting, but not quite as brutal. Wait, what's happening here? This has got to be old tape. This ain't happening right now. No fucking way. Okay. For a minute, I thought they were creating a face-off for the rematch, but no, right? That's not what I'm looking at.
To telling us how we got here.
What is this? Is that what I'm looking at?
This has to be live.
Are we doing a Dubois Wardley face-off for Dubois Wardley 2? That's a
It's
nice
definitely
suit, Frank, by
live.
the way. That chocolate.
Yeah,
that
I was just
chocolate,
thinking
wow.
that.
Jeez,
I was just
Lou.
thinking that. Yeah.
This is happening right now, isn't it? Isn't it?
Sounds.
It
Yeah,
took,
it
it took
is.
me right back to, oh, yes, it is. I like the look on Duval. He was wearing that championship belt well. Look at that marble, that Gleason and Marble Dome. How you sizing these boys up right now? What's the look of it, Shawn?
Yeah, I think I could be wrong, but I think Dubois is happy to be in the position he's in. Um, the one thing about Dubois has always been in question is his mentality, mental fortitude. And I know what it feels like. And I can only imagine you get that belt finally, and it's like, I finally made it. What now? You know what I mean? I don't know if he's ready to actually defend that thing and fight. Based on how he looks right there, I don't know.
Hmm. Interesting. Does it look to you like Dubois put on a little weight? Is he a little thicker? Is he a little?
I don't know.
Or it's just been a minute since I seen him. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We've got some time before this fight, right? What do you? Is it? Was it? When are they saying this fight's happening?
They said 18 minutes, which was about 4
Not the
minutes
main
ago.
event tonight. When is the rematch for Dubois Wardley
Oh,
scheduled for?
I haven't heard that. Let me
I
look.
don't. Is it? Maybe it's just rumored or not. Maybe. Well, they're doing this face off. We better have a date. Hold on. This is so awkward. I'm actually glad that we can't hear it because I guarantee you it's the most awkward thing ever.
October 17th.
That's what I was gonna say, but it felt too soon. Yeah, I guess that's very. It's not far from that at
Co-op
all.
Live Arena in Manchester.
Same spot they're in now, isn't it? Or no, is this the O2? This is the O2.
Yeah, it looked like the O2 to me, even
Ooh,
though
I
I've
don't
never
like it.
been
I don't
inside
like the
there.
body language from Wardley.
No, you think he looking soft, looking like,
Ooh, I don't believe him.
he got closer.
Yeah, he's trying to convince himself.
He's trying to convince himself.
I don't believe him. Damn, that's
Um,
crazy.
the bar got closer.
Dubois has no spatial awareness. Look at that. I don't like it. I don't like
I
it.
do.
You like it from Wardley? You like what you just
I like
seen?
it from Wardley. Yeah, I like it from
Wow.
Wardley. I've
Okay.
I've said this before, right? So that energy, right? You got to always balance that energy. Most importantly, you can't change your identity. You can't change your identity for a moment, for a specific person, all that kind of stuff. So you're a smiler, you're a laughter, you're a laugher. You got good positive energy. You got to maintain that. You can't all of a sudden turn that down, turn that off to be so serious for a camera or for the guy in front of you, So I like the fact that he didn't change his identity. Worley don't know his identity.
Yee. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know. I don't know. Dubois, I like he just that certainty. I think he's got a shine on him. This
I
this
did
this
see some
looking
shine.
down,
I ain't gonna front. I did see some shine. I did
right?
see some shine.
Right?
Yeah, I did. I did.
Boy, oh boy. That you know what? Usually I don't like these face-offs that are in the ring on somebody else's fight night. It's better
The
now though than
preemptive.
after the fight, but
You don't like the preemptive
it's
face
a little
offs.
too performative. It's like it feels phony, but I like that one. Maybe because I couldn't hear it. Maybe that's the trick. I got to turn the sound off in the future so that I'm not overwhelmed by the fakeness of it. But Dubois can't be fake. So the other thing that I wish that I could have the sound for was because I know Dubois made it awkward. I just don't know how. I know that Dubois made it awkward. So when
I'm
this
a,
show is over, and I will go back before I rewatch the fight, I will go back and rewatch that moment. I can't wait to see or hear how Dubois did it. I know he
he
did it.
made
I
it.
just want to
He
know how.
definitely made it awkward. Like, that's so funny. Like he has no choice. It's gonna be awkward.
Yes. Oh, they're plugging
I
all the
forgot
fights tonight.
I have a fantasy football draft to do.
Oh, I didn't know you were into the pigskin like that.
I love me some football.
Who's your
See if I can get
team?
signed in. I'm from Cleveland.
Oh, of course.
I thought you were gonna say, so who's your team?
Listen, I don't know enough about football these days to talk shit. So,
Hmm.
well, okay. So let me give you one way with this thing. Let me show you, Shawn.
Yeah. I'll pull up, pull up, pull up. Boom. Yeah. What makes it hilarious is you said, I know he did something. Just wait. That's hilarious.
Oh, it's too good. It's too good. Oh boy. Somebody in another chat I'm in said Carolyn Dubois is getting thick.
Oh no.
Yo, that is great. That is great. I really enjoy this guy. Oh yeah, Kakachi.
You know what's interesting? I know you've had backgrounds in other things, music um the film game a little bit too, if I'm not mistaken. You've done
Mm-hmm.
a couple of films, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
But it
I
seems to
won
me
the
like,
Brixton Film Festival last December with my documentary, Surviving South London.
oh wow. I'm saying that to say, it seems to me like you've been able to be in boxing and really not have to mix anything else, or like me, for an example. This is a boxing podcast, but I'm always trying to bring on rappers, comedians, and list kind of goes on. Where it seems to me like you just stay in the boxing lane.
I do compartmentalize. I do boxing. One time, however, when the world insisted that we all do something else for a little while, when the COVID pandemic happened, I did take the premise of my boxing journalism and apply it to a podcast with non-athletes. However, they were incredibly accomplished people in their own fields. And so what I realized by force of having to figure out what I was going to do with no fights in the ring, how I was going to engage my love of the sport, was to examine what it was about my interviews and the way that I approached the journalism in this space that was applicable outside the space. And the answer to that
Mhm.
was the fight in everyone. The fact that these people who ended up being on my show, which are A-list celebrities in their own right, had something in common with the warriors that I've been interviewing over the decades. That they too had something to overcome, that they had a battle inside them that they had to win before the battle that we saw that materialize on the screen or in the political sphere or on the album that brought them to the public space. You had to overcome uh, something in life. So I called it Till This Day. And the premise was if you were to define your opponent in life, if it's an emotion, a fear, a person, a circumstance, geography, whatever it is that you see as the battle that you had to fight or maybe still fighting to achieve what you desire, how would you define it? What would that opponent be? And then I did an interview with these people on my show as if they were fighting that opponent in the ring almost, but life is the ring, and it turned into a series of incredible conversations. And ironically, the only boxer I had on the entire series was Clarissa Shields. And that conversation was about just about everything but boxing. While her life was about boxing, what we discussed as the battles of her life were not the opponents in the ring. They were life challenges. And subsequently they made a movie
Mm,
about her, you know, that I mean, that's
yeah.
how deep and interesting her life has been and how many challenges she's overcome. So, yeah, it was one of the great things that I did when I couldn't do this sport and professional journalism around the sport. Other than that, though, yeah, I find my way to other spaces and and what I invest there and what I get from there is different. But I'm the central character in all these in all
I
these
got you.
endeavors. You
Yeah.
know, I'm looking forward to your film. Like you say, you're about to uh, put your acting chops, right? Yeah, I
100%.
know that's been
Yeah.
a long time coming. I know you've been working on that
Yeah.
for a while. So that coming to fruition is a big deal.
Yeah. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, we've been waiting on the funding for a little while and just spoke to the guy. I won't say any names or anything like that, but this is a gentleman that I will say a little bit he deals with money and he has a firm and he has 500 clients. And we just sent him the budget. It's been a week, and excited because the last time we spoke, yeah, send me the budget, and we'll get moving with things. Well, in the process of a matter of a month or so, when I was just in Australia, so however long ago that was with Spence and Zoo. In that time frame, he got extremely busy doing everything that he does on the daily. And he told me yesterday, 500 clients, and he only has 9 agents that works in his firm. So 9 people are managing 500 people's um, funds. And he's like, man, I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna make it priority, but I haven't been able to. So we're still kind of, just in that limbo stage, but it's gonna happen. And when it does, it's gonna be something great. This is a boxing film. And what's going to separate this boxing film from any other boxing film is a couple things. Obviously, number one, the lead in the film was actual fighter, actual boxer, me. But beyond that, I said, man, we got to do something that no boxing film has ever done before. We got to pay homage to boxing. We got to put boxers in this film. We got to put boxing in this movie. And that's why I called on you. And we've called on a couple of other people who are actually in boxing going to be in this movie. And I think that that's really going to be a big separation. Like, for an example, you take a look at the Creed film, and I'm not judging anything or anything like that, but you use Stephen A. Smith. I think they used Max Kellerman. I think you use the main guys ringside, but outside of that, there's no real boxing in it. This thing is going to be the most authentic boxing film ever. I think Rocky 1, maybe Rocky 2, those were authentic. You really saw, what a boxer goes through, but this is definitely upwards to that.
This is almost
And
like a
we
scripted documentary. You're getting
it,
into
it's
the
not
real weeds of
because
it.
yeah, but it's not me. So that's what I love about it. If the character was me, I wouldn't want to do it. The character is just simply not me. And what I mean by that is, I'm going to portray a character. I'm going to be Vince. I'm not going to be Shawn Porter. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I like that.
Hmm. Hmm. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Looking forward to being involved in that. Or
Yes,
are you
sir.
are you a method actor? Are you going to be Vince for like 2.5 months every day and annoy the shit out of everybody?
Method in that sense, without trying to annoy people, but not in the sense of like what I didn't want to do is I didn't want to be trained to act, and now I'm doing it the way other people have done it, right? So like for me as a boxer, for an example, yeah, I've boxed and I've got different similarities to the other fighters, but I had truly my own style. I don't want people to watch me and say, "Oh, I know what method he used. Oh, I know what coach he used."
Hmm.
And the who do I take? I mean, guess I gotta go with Cam. Done.
What you
Just
talking
drafted a
football?
white
You
boy
over
at
there
running
doing
back.
fantasy football?
Just drafted a white boy at running back. I love white people.
So you're not even trying to win. You in here
Yeah,
doing
that's
DEI
crazy.
hires.
That's crazy. But I think it's important to, because I've learned that it's important to live as Vince, because once the camera comes on, you really want to be able to move and feel everything that's on the script. And I believe the only way you can do that is if you truly do live in that world for some time. I've
Okay.
imagined that
Okay.
too. Like, how are my kids gonna respond to,
I feel like you're
how
gonna
am
be
I,
annoying.
like
Let me just
daddy's at home, but what the hell is he doing?
All right, let's run this tail of the tape. 21-year-old Moses Itauma to face 34-year-old Filip Hrgovic with a 64.5 reach. Okay, we ran too quick. Oh, man, debuts are 6 years apart. 105 rounds from Hrgovic. 31 rounds would be the fastest ascent to a world championship ever, as far as I can remember. 86% knockout ratio, 75% for Hrgovic. I didn't realize the ratio was that big on Hrgovic. But the note is that while Mike Tyson was a year younger, the number of rounds that he had fought to the date when he won the world championship was, I believe, near 100. And Moses Itauma is going to be entering this ring with 31 rounds under his belt. Only 31 rounds. If I'm not mistaken, that's a record unto itself, certainly for the heavyweight division. So, the moment of truth is upon us. I'm very, very much looking forward to how this fight starts. Moses Itauma is obviously really only known for his fast starts. We've not seen him have to engage in a war of attrition by any stretch of the imagination. But Filip Hrgovic is also a calm, collected, calculating start of a fighter. He's not fast, he's not light on his feet, but he is stoic and he is resilient. He's got an engine and he's also got a lot of scar tissue. And my prediction before this fight was that it would be stopped on cuts. I hope I'm wrong because I hate when fights get stopped for that reason. But I expect him to ask some questions of Moses Itauma, and maybe by the end of this fight, we'll have even more questions than answers if it's a good scrap. Many people are predicting that this thing won't last more than 4 or 5 rounds. And if it does, then it means that Hrgovic is offering some resistance and some trouble that Moses Itauma has never faced previous to this fight. We shall see. I am really hoping that we get a classic. I've got no dog in this hunt. I'm happy with the best man winning, but I want to see a good fight. I don't want to see either man just run over. I want to see a good classic heavyweight scrap. That is worthy of the IBF heavyweight championship. That would be a hell of a way for either one of these guys to get crowned for the first time. And that's what I'm really hoping for and banking on.
Good work, radio. I will just bounce off of all of that, and I appreciate that, man. That's good stuff right there. I'll just bounce off of all of that with yeah, I think the way this fight should start, Hrgovic should start fast. He should start with the jab pumping. The looks like we got a frozen screen here. Okay, there it
We're
goes.
rocking.
And that movement that he has. I talked about this before. Don't change your identity. You force your opponent to change who they are in the ring. So for Hrgovic, use that jab and try to at the least control Moses Itauma and force him to think. The more you can force a young fighter to think, You know what they say. You know, the longer you think wrong.
Study long and study wrong.
Yeah, that one.
That's what my mother used to say to me when we were playing gin rummy. Scar tissue.
Wow.
What's the chat saying? Any last minute predictions? Any last minute comments?
Yeah, let me draft Travis Kelsey real quick, and
Are you
yeah, I'll take a look.
joking? If you don't get
No, I'm
out of
not.
your
Gotta mix. Gotta 50
what's her
percenter.
name?
No
Tyler,
doubt. She's pretty.
you're in your Taylor Swift bag, your Taylor Swift era. Come on, now read us out the chat
Yeah.
or start singing.
Hughes McLean, 59-28. He said Worley versus Dubois should be a good one. Not great, but a good fight. I thought the first one was a lot of
Great.
action, man. Yeah,
Man,
it
what?
was. I thought the 18 minutes would be long, but I appreciate the zone for the face-offs and fight teasers. I'm ready for Moses and Phil. Caroline Dubois got the same face as her brother.
Come on, guys.
Dubois genes are strong, but Caroline is it Carolyn or Caroline? Caroline is beautiful.
Caroline.
She is pretty. She's pretty. I know radio 10 times funnier off camera. He is. Not 10 times. I would say maybe twice as funny.
I
You
don't know if
be
that
damn
means I'm
near
not
close.
funny right now or
No, you damn near close to who you are off camera is who you are on camera. And then shout out to Marshall Jed Cooper 7402. Sorry to the other ones I didn't read who you were, but Dubois is too big, too strong, too gifted for Wardley. It could be the case, actually. I don't know. The first one was kind of a who get me or I'm gonna get you kind of fight.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget that Wardley sat Dubois down twice early in the
Yeah,
fight,
yeah.
but boy, was that a brutal battering down the stretch. But at any moment, you just never knew. Even when it was really going Dubois' way, you were always like, Worley can land that one magic punch that he'd been landing with every fight up until then. Look at this. Look at Hrgovic coming out with the checkered pattern. I don't know, man. He's menacing. I like the energy. I'm feeling it. I'm
I
feeling
like
it.
him. I like him. Shout out to Tim. Tim said he's too slow, and he
He
like
should be
Frankenstein.
too slow, but is
He's
he? We'll
like he
see.
like Frankenstein, but
That
I'm
slap was
inclined
too
to
slow too.
believe I'm inclined to believe that, like you were saying, when you come into the ring with that kind of chip on your shoulder or those kind of feelings of, you know, I'm supposed to be here, not you, that amps you up. And all of a sudden you're a little bit faster. You really just striking, you on point. I expect that, but I expect Itauma to answer that. And I think that
Mm,
that's why this is going to be great.
yeah, somebody got to have the answer tonight. There's a lot of questions being asked. Ooh, over the top rope. What do we
Hey, what,
call? I
man?
mean, I know
I
that that's
really
a
hope
check.
you. No, that's his flag, right? That's his
Is
nation
it?
flag,
It's looks like he's about to deliver a pizza.
ain't it?
Oh, that is the flag. No disrespect. No disrespect. I didn't know that is the flag. Shit.
Yeah.
Maybe
This
I'm
dude
just
talk
hungry.
about
You know what I
delivering
mean?
pizza.
Sean's got me on this podcast for a long time, man. This watch along's really long. I try to get out
That's
early, but you
crazy.
know how
That's
Sean is.
crazy. You know how shot is. That's crazy. I'm hungry too. I need to
Okay, here
have
comes
breakfast.
Moses, parting the red crowd. Ooh, he's got the look though. Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Boy, this is a good one. This is a good one. Oh, what do you feel? What are you feeling, Porter? What do you see? What's the swag like? What's the energy like? Oh,
He look ready.
mm-hmm.
He looks ready. Now I'm not surprised.
I like the kit. Is that
Yeah.
leather? You think? I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's real leather.
Okay, okay.
DJ Moore or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Obsessed. That was
Ask you a
my
question.
word.
DJ Moore, Marvin Harrison Jr.
What's that?
I got to go with the name, right?
Okay.
Gotta go there.
What song you think they're playing?
I was just, I was just about to ask you, do you like watching fights without the audio?
No.
I don't either. I was just about to ask you, like, how you feel about this?
Somebody in the chat, tell us what song they're playing. Because
Hold
Moses
on, let me
likes
look at it.
old school hip hop.
Oh, okay. What they got? What Moses walking out to, y'all?
Ugh.
I'm glad you said that, Marshall. He's not a bust, but he's not hitting as heavy as he was supposed to be hitting. But I did go with DJ Moore. I looked at the quarterbacks and I was like, yo, DJ Moore got the quarterback, and he's got Allen throwing to him. I can't think of his first name, but he's got Allen throwing to him. I got to take him, so I went with DJ Moore. Appreciate that love right there. Atama song Itama walks out for should be. Nah, I don't want to hear should be. I want what is he walking out to?
You want to know what's happening? We're not looking for your
I'll love,
opinion.
but I don't want to. I'll love, but I don't want to know what he's walking out. I want to know what he's walking out to, not what he should.
All right, I got excited. I gotta go to the bathroom quickly. We got. Okay.
Yeah, what did Moses Itauma walk out to? Yeah, man, some of them songs, man, when they hit, like it happens to be my favorite LL Cool J song, but when Bo that that uh what's the name song? I'm Bad. When I'm Bad hit, like that thing, I was like, yo, I'm like, I can't because you walking out to this, but some of them songs really do hit.
Did you say I'm bad like LL Cool J?
No, I'm still waiting. I'm waiting on them to tell us what he walked out to. I didn't listen. I didn't hear it myself, but I was just
Come
talking
on,
about
chat. Don't
Bud. I
fail us
said
now.
some of them
Give us some
songs really
intel.
do hit.
Oh boy. All right. So right now, Shawn, what are they each feeling in a moment like this? What's going through the heart and the mind?
It's for me, it was excitement. It was just ready to start. And we're right. So like you got your map, right? You don't have the map in terms of, this is what he's gonna throw, and that's what you're gonna throw. It's just a simple map of this is what I do, this is what he does, and we're about to do it. And for me, I was always making sure, man, that I was able to make that map become real in front of me. So I was always just excited for it to start. Not really nervous, not no really anxious feelings, just an amount of excitement that is not happy excitement. Just I don't know what kind of cars you ever drove, but you ever like I had a Porsche. When I turned that thing on, that thing, you know what I mean? Like
Mm.
that kind of energy.
It's anticipation, not fear. It's like
Yeah.
you're on the
The same thing
precipice
with
of
like,
something great.
yeah, it's like going to take DK. Like a roller coaster ride. You ever standing in line for the roller coaster and you waiting on that thing You know, you almost on there. Once you finally get on there, it's like, man, I'm ready.
Oh boy. Well, I'm definitely ready. It's about
As you
time.
should be.
241 pounds, 0.7. 6'4.5 on the height. Woo, boy.
What's that in stones?
Okay, so each stone is 14 pounds. So whatever 241 divided by 14, it's that many stone. You doing the math?
I'll do it. Instead of looking at my fantasy football.
Yeah, it's not football season right now, Shawn. It's strap
It
season.
is 17.21 stone.
There you go. Ooh, boy.
All right, here we go.
Eye contact? No, you giving eye contact in that last moment? Never.
Mm-mm. No. And he rushed back to the corner too. He dapped real quick and rushed back to the corner. Flip is in the middle of the ring. Where's our guy? Ben Davis at? We're going on without you.
Oh boy, oh boy. Here we go. Moses started with the jab right out the gate. Woof, right hand, or I should say left hand to the body.
It is quick. That could be middleweight quick. FYI.
Ooh, big right hook right out the outset. This ain't no feeling out, boy.
No, we ain't got time for that.
He's coming at Hrgovic like he came at everybody else. Hrgovic got to land something in this round to let Moses know that he's in a fight. So right now, Moses is just looking for the knockout punch. He has no respect, which I like. No respect.
And no feints, nothing coming from Hrgovic.
He's coming to get it, bro. Look at that.
He gonna
That's
get it
fast.
too. Yeah, that's speed right there.
Jeez, Lou, that's fast.
Use your jab. It's slow. When it's slow and you know it's slow, it makes you hesitant.
Shawn, the quickness for this guy. It's crazy right now.
He looks a little quicker than he's ever looked to me.
Hrgovic kept his hands.
He let him slide off, didn't he?
He did. He let him slide off a right hand. He was lined up for it. He didn't let it go.
You see the variety that Moses has. He's able to go up and down. He's able to change his levels and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that would offset what he does well. Hrgovic has to go right hand to the body, right hand to the head. You know, Hrgovic don't got no offense.
He's got his hands in his pockets right now, man. And when he did have a moment to land, he didn't even let it go.
Mm-hmm.
He can't even get a beat on Itauma right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to have to weather this storm, and Hrgovic ain't got no weak chin. So at the minimum, if he can keep his hands up and deflect some of this, oh Jesus! But now I'm thinking that got right into the chest. He just hit him right in the chest. That's
I tell you what I like. I like a sweeping right hand coming from Hrgovic. I like a sweep. We call it a sweeping right hand. It goes like that.
Here we go. Okay. You got to get out of this room. Oh, Jesus.
That Good jab. Did
that jab land?
Yeah. It looked like it.
Looked like it, didn't it? The speed is going to be a real issue tonight.
Yeah. You can't stand in front of a boom.
Nice counter. That you're not gonna get away with that slow jab because he's coming right back with the left hand.
Mm-hmm. That's a beautiful straight left. And the deposits.
I think that body shot. He felt that one.
Time.
That was a rough round.
That was one round.
Yeah.
Now a rough round.
Time flies when you're having fun. I bet this felt like an hour for Filip. It felt like 30 seconds for me. Okay, so if you're in Hrgovic's corner, what are you telling him?
Oh, yeah. About that, what I said earlier. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell
Oh,
you.
you're fired. You are fucking fired. You can't be talking that shit after the first round. You better say something.
Here's what I've
Ugh.
learned, to be honest with you. Here's what I've learned in terms of being, oh, beautiful combination right there. Beautiful combination. That's what I'm talking about. Working the levels, going down to coming up, and that counter left was beautiful. I love talking over replays, by the way. But what I've learned
Yeah.
is my ask, my want as a commentator or as a coach. If I'm not in your camp, the things that I see that you could need to do, I don't know
Mm.
if you've been taught to do them.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But in the next round, if we get that
But I see
far,
the feint. I see the feint, and I see and he needs to be busy with the jab hand, even if he's not actually throwing a jab. He needs to occupy Moses with busyness, right? So it's got to be
mm.
busy with feints, busy with jabs, and busy with hand feints.
Oh, was that a
That was
knockdown?
technically
Yep.
a knockdown.
It looks like he's getting an official knockdown. Yeah, gloves touch the canvas. Right hook, put him down. Oh, that body work is nasty too. It's almost kind to have the sound off because I would imagine that sounds like a bat cracking on a baseball. It's just nothing Hrgovic can do with the speed of Thomas. Bananas.
So Itauma went to boxing off the back foot, and he was primarily coming at Hrgovic in that first round.
Mm.
Question for
Now he's
me
making
is why
Hrgovic come to him.
right, but why? Why give your opponent, that kind of forward momentum? No true momentum in the fight, but you know, and again, versatility, the kid is good. Because I
I mean, because
changed the
Hrgovic is
dynamic of
so
his.
so slow that I
Yeah,
think if he's
exactly.
willing to come to you, yeah.
Exactly. I changed the dynamic of this fight to make you punch first, which will leave you open.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And you see the busyness with the front hand for Moses. That's what Hrgovic needs.
Yeah, but because Moses is so fast, Hrgovic has to pay attention to all those feints and all that
Yeah,
busyness because he don't know
exactly.
what's real and what's a fake.
Hmm.
Jeez, there's a pull counter. Oh,
This look unfair, don't it?
it does. In the trunks aren't helping, man. I don't like,
Oh no, they really aren't.
this is making this guy look silly. Ugh. But
How
again, one
wide
of the
those
things that we
punches
did
are.
say is if we can get into the later rounds, like maybe Moses can't keep this pace up for 8, 10, 12 rounds. You
Right.
know, if Hrgovic has the chin, has the engine to just weather the storm and get into the rhythm of the fight, he could potentially change. He popped Moses with a jab and then took 3 hellacious. A right hook at the end of that combination was brutal. But we're going into the third where
Ah.
he's getting there, but he's getting battered for his effort. I mean, oy, 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 oy.
I'm looking forward to this movie right here. I don't know a lot about it yet, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
they
check
keep
it out.
running it. I don't know anything about it, but it comes out Friday. So at that point, um, shit, you'll be in at least 2
Yeah.
fights deep by then. Is that another knockdown? Oh, yep. I count
Oh,
that. Or no, is that the replay?
that was the
What's
replay
happening?
right
What are we doing
there.
right now? Okay.
This is the
Ooh.
replay. They're showing replays right now. But is that going? What the hell? That was interesting how they came in with that replay. It looked like the actual
Yeah, it
fight.
looked like they started
Like
the
like in
round
the
and
moment.
then
Yeah.
Jesus. That was on the end of a 3-punch combination after Hrgovic landed the jab.
And another thing I love about Moses Itauma is his work rate. He's always looking to do something.
Mm.
I'm telling you, man, that was what led to a lot of my success. I was always busy. and always looking for the next sequence. I didn't always let guys restart, you know. He doesn't always allow you to restart.
You're constantly working. You have no time to get set and get into your rhythm. And you're constantly adjusting to what's happening or getting hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even with Hrgovic poking out that left and that right, you don't want to leave your chin wagging out there. And I don't know. That's it. There's another jab. That's another jab. Okay. Like you say, Hrgovic is still coming forward because Moses has decided to fight off the back foot.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's why this fight has gone as long as it is, because if Moses continued to be putting pressure, I don't know if Hrgovic could have withstood it.
Well, the other thing too with that pressure is, at some point a fighter will, whether it's desperation or the feeling of I got to punch back or whatever it may be, you do run the risk of getting caught simply because you are being aggressive and almost overly aggressive,
Mm. And maybe to
So
your
it's like
point that
it's like a controlled aggression,
yeah, Tom is not in a rush. He's like, okay, I don't need to knock him out in the first round. I don't need to knock him out in the second round. I can fight this fight on my own terms. No need to take any unnecessary risks when I'm dominating and dictating. Oof, Jesus. I got scared. Moses, I mean, he missed with it, but boy, he tried to take Hrgovic's head off with this uppercut. Ugh. All right. Well, I gotta tell you what, Hrgovic is not wanting for courage. He's not running, he's not holding, he's not even tucking up. He's fighting. He's not
Yeah,
getting the best of it, but he damn sure fighting.
yeah. Mm,
Okay. We're settling into the fight now.
yeah.
I don't. Hrgovic certainly can't fall asleep or think that this means that Moses don't have what it takes to put him away. But I like that we're getting down the road a little bit, and that shots are starting to land a little bit from Hrgovic, and he's getting comfortable. Like one more round of this, and you've at least weathered the beginning of the fight. You've gotten that initial onslaught out of the way, and maybe you can find something.
We got
Maybe.
we got Trevor Charles 0. He said the speed difference is ridiculous.
It is
Mr.
ridiculous.
Savvy 100. He said each punch sounds like sledgehammers coming
Ooh,
from Itauma, which is
I told
crazy.
you, like the back
And
crack, right?
check this out. King Carter 3, whooping feet. So that's not American term. So I'm assuming King Carter. Let us know where you from, big dog. And then he said Jason Wheeler 2986. I don't see it, but he said he sees Hrgovic making adjustments round by round.
I don't think he's wrong about that. I think the last round, while he still lost it, was his best round. And so here
Mm-hmm.
in 4, we'll have to see if he can build on anything. Yeah, and then he takes
He
a
just threw a hook over the jab of Itauma. So he caught him right there.
You don't want to be eating more of those. And here comes Itauma back on the front foot, and immediately it's Itauma just dictating what's happening. If
Yeah.
he's on the back foot, it's because he wants to be. If he changes to the front foot, even that. I mean, Shawn, you can speak to this. Even a fighter changing that on you is like fuck. He was just like the comment said, just making an adjustment, but that adjustment was
Mm-hmm.
based on Itauma being on the back foot, and now Itama's coming forward on the front foot. Is that adjustment
Mm-hmm.
still working? No. Now you got to adjust to
Mm-hmm.
that adjustment.
Right.
That mental war is also something
And
we
it-
have to consider. It's like that's
and
exhausting.
and that's what I'm trying to tell Tim that's coming at him. You know what I mean?
I can't wait till Friday.
I want to see. I want to see Itama get to the body a little bit more, right? So everything is a straight shot to the body. I like to see him, maybe even something that he needs to add to the repertoire is being able to kind of like get in there and dig to the body. And once you do that, you stay low. That's where the defense is. It's a hook to the body or dig to the solar plex, and
Oh,
then a step around. Beautiful timing right there with the straight left.
timing crazy, man. I mean, like, not popping that elbow. Sometimes, I mean, Moses also just fights like he's a veteran in there. Like some savvy moves we're seeing as well. Like
Hmm. Hmm.
he shouldn't even have the experience to do these things
Hmm.
and these
Look at that
counters.
movement.
Crazy.
Yeah. But that was off of defense, then the counter.
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, beautiful timing.
Well, I hope Hrgovic can make this interesting. I mean, just the surviving this many rounds is good. I'm glad he didn't just go in there and fall down. But now going into the fifth round, if we get out of the fourth, that is, he's gonna have to start figuring something out. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
think,
Because
oh,
with a miss like that, you gotta make Itauma pay. I mean that you can't miss an opportunity to hit him with everything you got. Oh man.
one more time. Yeah.
I will say, I mean, maybe this is a reach, but I see Itauma's mouth open as he's heading to the corner. Again, while he is fast and accurate and he's dictating, that takes a lot of energy too. And he is not seasoned at going past 5 rounds. He is not
Hmm.
necessarily pacing himself. We don't know if he is or not because we never seen him go this far. We don't know if this is a pace he can maintain for 10, much less 12 rounds. But
Hmm.
there's a chance that he might slow down.
Oof.
Oh,
Another, not a straight right, but I'm sorry, not a straight left, but a left that was more of a hooking left. Here we go. Counter. The pullback. The pull counter.
full counter. Yeah. Floyd Mayweather Sr.'s favorite punch.
I remember when they were getting ready to fight McGregor, everything was, they don't even know what a pull counter is. Like,
Exactly.
settle down.
Exactly. Okay, this is a pivotal round. I mean, Tama has had his way to say the least, but Hrgovic has stood up to it. Even the knockdown was just a glove touch. It wasn't like he sat on his bum. But this round, he can't start figuring something out now. This is just going to be a long night of battering.
Hmm.
And he's going to have to just pray that Moses Itauma makes some kind of mistake or gets uncharacteristically gassed.
Hmm.
I don't even know. I don't even know if that's fair. I can't even say uncharacteristically. We don't know. But if he gets
Yeah,
gassed
yeah,
for the
true.
first time, really. I mean, sadly, after, taking an onslaught of offense like this, it sucks to have to say to a guy, listen, the pace is slowing. There you go. It's a nice
Yeah.
right hand. So you got to be able to come on when the pace slows. It's
Hmm.
also exhausting to eat these shots and to be as aware of every movement that Moses Itauma is making. But when he slows
Hmm.
down, you got to speed up. If you can't do that, there's no hope.
That's crazy. When he slows down, you got to speed up.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are you are already slow. Good
Oh, okay. That's a
combination.
disrespectful double jab right there at the end of the combination. Like, don't be rude. Okay, that might be the best sequence from Hrgovic thus far. Just touching punches, but at least he's touching them.
Yeah. And again, one of the other separations in this fight was, the man strength that Hrgovic has. I think that, what I would have been saying to do early on often is, get close to Moses. Don't allow him to use that speed from the outside, And then you gotta something that a lot of people don't know, but you bang on the body and it wears it down, right? So it's not just the stomach. Everybody thinks, hit the body, it's the stomach, but it's also the arms, the shoulders.
Moses is really trying to line him up for this uppercut. He missed it twice already, but it's the shot that he wants to beat Hrgovic
But
with.
this is the physicality right here that Hrgovic needs.
Stay in him. Stay right in his chest. That's right. Smother some of those shots. Don't give him that range on that shot.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, rest like it's the uppercut he was trying to land. Oh my God.
That might have been the most beautiful punch seen this shit in a long time.
That was credit.
That was some shout out to the kid. That was some Boots Ennis type stuff right there.
Hrgovic. Oh boy.
I don't think you should be talking to Worley right now. There's two different classes going on, so you probably shouldn't put that class. I like Worley, but man, what sheesh.
Wow. I gotta give it to Filip for standing up to that uppercut because I seen it coming. I saw him trying to line it up.
You mentioned it, yeah.
Oh, but what you said was the key. Hrgovic needs to stay inside on him, make it rough. That was the best success he was having, even though it didn't result in eye-catching shots. That was the moment. He needs to and make it ugly, man. You ain't gonna win this pretty at all. Maul him.
So Mr. Savvy 100, he asked, is Hrgovic trying to let Moses tire himself out because he's not letting his hands go? And then the previous comment, I think trumps this, is CIPH Bud. He said Hrgovic is scared to pull the trigger. And I think it's more so he's scared to pull the trigger than he's just simply allowing or hoping that Itauma gets tired.
I don't think the target is there.
It was a better round for Hrgovic, though.
Yeah. Don't stay out there. Get inside on him. Yeah. If I'm Hrgovic, I'm tying him up. I'm putting my weight on it. I'm wrestling. I'm biting.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. You gotta bite him on the shoulder at least.
Yeah, man. Rabbit punches. Give him a little knee to the groin, hip toss like we saw earlier in the card. Whatever and everything. Make it. You pull it. Remember Orlando Salido and Lomachenko. You give him one of them kind of nights.
Oh yeah. Yeah, one of them kind of nights.
Where Moses is like, what the hell is going on here? This ain't how boxing's supposed to be. But right now he's breaking Hrgovic down, man. This round is actually a brutal one. I don't think we get 2 more rounds out of Hrgovic. This is tough, bro. This is tough because he ain't doing nothing about what we talking about, and he's on the end of some real hellacious shots right now. I mean, if Moses is tired, boy, I can't tell. He needs just maul him, Hrgovic. It's your only hope. With that
look like he's starting to waver. Do it look like he's starting to waver? Does it look like he's starting to waver at all?
Who?
Hrgovic.
No, but he ain't. But
don't look like he's trying to let it go.
Leather, boy. He's still coming forward. He's just walking forward. I mean, I would like for him to be able to make this an ugly fight and just see what happens. But he to his credit, he's still trying to fucking box. I'd be trying to brawl and maul. What are you gonna trade jabs? Get in there and grab that boy.
Yeah.
And then grab him. Then put your body on him. Woo! That was his best punch of the whole fight. He landed a nice right hand on Itauma.
You see the big breath from Moses Itauma.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh boy, that bell might have saved him.
That was a good round. Look, he breathing.
And he got that
He
shiner now. He
breathing.
got a nice little lumpy.
He breathing. DraftKings, y'all spend $5, you get $200 in bonuses instantly. Just use the promo code Showtime. Ooh,
Yeah,
traded
nice
punches
one.
right there. Here comes the big punch from there's the big one right there from Moses.
Right
And then
in there.
Hrgovic comes right back. Here it is. Boom.
Ooh.
He took it. He took it.
He took it.
He
Yeah,
took
he
it.
did.
He took it. He took it. And then another one. Boom. That was the end of the round right there.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, he's letting. Thank God for Hrgovic that it was.
But he breathing though.
We're gonna see now. We're gonna see.
Yo, did you know that Calvin Ridley was still in the NFL?
Man, if you don't stop talking about that shit.
He's got to sharpen up, replenish himself, recover. Moses,
It's
that
round
is.
7.
Moses, that is. Yeah, it's time for Moses to really be sharp now.
And boy, I gotta tell you, Hrgovic can't give him no room to breathe. He's 21. You let him get one round
You got to step
right
up.
back at square one.
You got to step up.
You gotta step on the gas, yes.
That physicality that he had at the end of that round. Yeah, you put yourself in harm's way, but how do we stop that? Like, I mean, again, like stuff. I don't know if you know this. Like, how do you know how to move your head and get up on your opponent? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he been living in harm's way, like boy, oh boy, don't let him breathe. And right now, you're letting him breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Letting him breathe, and to be and this is the least offense we've seen from Itauma in the whole fight. Is the least amount of punches he's thrown so far. So something's changing. But Hrgovic ain't pressing him. You got to make him fight when he don't want to fight. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I know. Lean on him. Hrgovic's right eye is starting to swell, but I'm surprised he's not cut yet. That's good. Mm.
He definitely looks fatigued. Itauma, that
Yeah.
is. In between the explosion. He still got the explosion, you know what I mean? Again, like people don't really understand that, like
That's
our
it.
energy systems.
Stay in there.
Yeah.
Stay in there. Ooh. Sadly, with that double jab, didn't feel like there was much on it. And that's why Moses really didn't move. Wasn't moved by it and didn't get moved out of the way of it because there wasn't much on it.
Not enough body work from Moses Itauma. Especially like when you know somebody takes a good punch or
get out of that corner.
they known for having
not where you
chin,
want to be.
Go to the body.
Ugh.
Good sweeping hook to the face, but I like to see that step over, go to the body, bring that right to the solar plex.
He needs Michaela Mayer in his corner.
Ooh.
Step around.
Mm-hmm. Said thank you. Step around.
Oh, now see, I believe Moses is trying to set a trap up for Filip. He's letting him walk onto a shot. He's kind of he's chasing with that jab now. Yeah, we're going into 8. Okay, while this is a one-sided fight, it's a good one. This is thus far the exact kind of fight that Moses Itauma needs and a legitimate path to a world championship. Boy, I'll tell you what, this is one of those fights where it's the championship rounds from round 1. Every round's a championship round in this one. Now, listen, we also can't discount Abel Sanchez. He's a hell of a trainer.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I wonder if he's got something for this stretch. If he, one thing he definitely is doing is thinking ahead, and maybe he's got a plan. If we can get this far in the fight, maybe Sanchez has got something. Hmm. Yeah. Not surprisingly, Carl Frampton has a shutout for Itauma with a 10-8 round there in the second with the knockdown. This is definitely not going to be one on the cards by Hrgovic. I don't think anybody would argue with that. However, there is still opportunity for Hrgovic to have some success tonight. And we are getting to find out some things about Itauma that we didn't know. And that was certainly one of his jobs tonight in Hrgovic, was to ask these questions.
What do you feel like we're seeing that we didn't know?
Well, that he can keep this pace up essentially for now going on 8 rounds. We saw him, I believe, if the stats would support it, probably the lowest output in the 7th round. But I expect to see Itauma now ramp the pace back up because Hrgovic really isn't bringing anything back here in the 8th. We haven't seen any activity offensively. It looks like Hrgovic trying to take the round off. So it would be the time for Moses Itauma to really press this action. I mean, have you seen Hrgovic throw a punch yet? And we're 145 left to go in the 8th, and not a single punch I can remember is thrown in this round.
I don't know. I was looking at my fantasy football.
You're so upsetting right now. You're so annoying.
This is how I get you back.
I mean, you're the one suffering this. You missing the fight to watch some paper football?
Paper football. That's crazy. So, I was just about to call it. Yeah. Just letting a young, smart fighter be young and smart.
Well, Hrgovic just clearly has taken the round off. And if you're going to do that, you should make it an ugly round. You should be holding Itauma. You don't have the legs to run from him like that. Right. So if he gets inside, grab him. You know what I mean? Right. And right now, he's just letting Itauma tee off. 48 seconds is a long time to go in this round. He's just got nothing coming back. I don't know what's like. That's not going to get it done in any fight.
Any fight.
Ooh, a nice little short right hand from Hrgovic, though. Right there inside, a nice short right hand he landed. And now he's coming on after that. Ooh, and a body shot from Hrgovic.
Ooh, what we doing, Hrgovic?
Yes.
That's it. We just want a great fight. That's all.
That's all.
Oof, we don't got no dog in the race.
Don't get hit with that, man. My God. Oh!
Kid is good.
Hrgovic says, boy, but Hrgovic got
my man tired though. Look at him.
Itauma's looking tired now, and he's fucking slinging him like he's a black American. You ain't that. Look at Frank.
Oh, here we go. Jason Wheeler, 2986. Can we finally stop saying Itauma's the next Mike Tyson? I explained this earlier. We're not talking in terms of his style and viciousness in the ring, more so than just to the numbers, the age difference, the age separation, and how far they were able to go at their ages. And radio also sped out the age differential, or not the experience differential coming into the ring tonight. Moses Itauma, 31 professional rounds, opposed to Mike Tyson's before he won his world championship title. He had 100 rounds. So those are the conversations and comparisons, not explosivity, not viciousness, not knockout ratio or anything like that.
Well, for those in the chat who are predicting the rope-a-dope, maybe that is the plan from Abel Sanchez that was trying to be executed by Hrgovic, because he's certainly coming on now. And at the end of the last round, he landed some clean punches, but Moses Itauma is not finished. And wow, a 1-2 upstairs, a clean left and a right. I don't know how Hrgovic is standing up to this, but he certainly is thus far. We've only got one knockdown in this fight, by the way, in the second. That was just a glove touch.
Yeah.
But Hrgovic is selling out, which I love. He's just in there to bang.
Look, he's about to try to bully the young kid.
Yeah. If he's got enough pop on his punch, we might get some extra question asked. Look at this. I feel like Moses Itauma is kind of getting sloppy in there.
100% wavering. He's wavering to fatigue and the fact that Hrgovic, I've been here before, still in his face.
Ooh,
oh yeah, that's a mental thing too.
Boy. Get him. Get in there.
Great body shot and then the great head shot right there.
Oh, and then that head clash right there. Moses is really winging it from the hip. If
Hrgovic, you got 3 more rounds.
Ooh, a nice overhand right from Hrgovic, and a second overhand right. And he's got Itauma wobbled.
Oh my goodness!
What's happening? What are we watching? Come on, Hrg. You got to throw something now. You can't let him recover from that.
He don't know how to hold. He don't know how to hold.
He don't know how to hold. And if he holds and leans on him, we got a real dangerous round.
Oh my goodness. This kid is inexperienced. Hold.
Boom. Hrgovic ain't ready to go home, man.
Oh my
Hrgovic
goodness.
wants that title, and he know he can't win it on the cards, so he is trying to rope-a-dope the boy.
Oh my goodness.
What are we looking at? What is this? He looks like a drunk fuck.
Oh.
From the hip.
Kid, what are you doing?
He listening to that black hip hop, boy. You ain't slick.
Oh,
like that.
you see he about to throw in the towel? You see that?
Stop it.
Did you see that?
Stop it. What are we doing? What's the break for? What are we breaking for?
What are you doing? Don't throw in the
It's
towel.
over!
Oh my goodness.
It's over! It's over!
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yo.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I gotta chime in with the TNT guys because everybody been quiet.
Wow.
I said this.
Wow. Wow.
I said, Flip, look at this. He couldn't hurt the kid, right? Or he couldn't hurt Hrgovic. That plays a mental game. When you giving somebody everything that has worked time and time again, and today it's not working, this body language is unreal to me. The amount of the what's the how I want to say this, the lack of professionalism right here. Where's the professionalism here?
Oh.
And then Ben is he's on the apron. He was about to throw it in already, and then he stopped. This kid caved into fatigue. He didn't cave into being outworked or hurt. That's all fatigue. Oh man, look at him. Wow.
And that, my friends, is why you don't call anybody a belt holder. Because until we fight the fights, we don't know who wins. Everybody who is a world champion is a fucking world champion. And you're going to have to beat that belt off them. Don't ever disrespect a fighter again by calling him a belt holder. World champions, everyone with a strap. Let's go.
Wow.
You think you know what's going to happen. That's why we fight the fights.
I don't think it was necessarily a rope-a-dope. I think we had somebody that could really truly take a punch, and then has an amount of conditioning that fits the heavyweight division. Moses Itauma's style doesn't fit the heavyweight division. That's why it stands out. That's why it works. But against top tier competition, not only that, a grown ass man, now you need that next level. That next level means slow down the work rate, find the right punches, understand that this guy is he can take a punch. We should have come into the ring knowing that, which meant we should have been pursuing the body much more. Damn.
Wow,
I can't help but think of like what I've heard before. A lot of times you don't want the man that won to win because that man isn't the marketable fighter that the loser is.
This is incredible. Absolutely stunning. This is what boxing is all about. I mean, the narrative that Hrgovic was playing in his mind, what did we say? That this is meant for me. It's too soon, too much, too early for the kid. He's living my life. This is all Hrgovic, boy. This is all. And watching Itauma come apart at the seams, I gotta tell you, if I imagine him losing, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that. He fell apart. Fell apart. What was that?
He fell apart. He fell apart. And that's one of the reasons why when you have promoters and managers building a fighter and you get a little annoyed by the buildup, we want to make sure that we've answered every question and that our fighter's actually ready to be a world champion. In this respect, again, we just didn't know that Moses would succumb to conditioning. I believe essentially that's what it is. I don't think this was he got hurt and then something else played. I think conditioning failed him. But if we had taken it a step back and continued to build, we would have found out that he doesn't have it mentally past that 6, 7, 8, 9 round. In order to be a world championship fighter, 12-round fighter, people always saying, oh, you was a 15-round fighter. I said, no, I'm not. I was never no 15-round fighter. Why? Because my mind was built for 12. My mind wasn't built for 15. When people always talk that stuff, I'm like, I'm not no 15-round fighter because I knew I was built for 12. I wasn't built to go beyond 12. That kid wasn't built yet to go 10, let alone 12.
Woof. The entirety of the United Kingdom just took a big shit. This is a wow. And what did I say going into the 8th? I believe it was the 8th, or going into the 9th after the 8th. It's down to Abel Sanchez. We cannot discount Abel Sanchez saying if we can make it this far, we got something for him. Mm-hmm. That's what we saw. Let's not lose any bit of salute and credit to Filip Hrgovic for that performance. But let me tell you, the story beneath the story, Abel Sanchez.
Abel Sanchez.
He's the star tonight.
Or the story beneath the story is it takes that makes you special when you can take that kind of speed, take that kind of punishment to the head and withstand it. Like you're built to do what Hrgovic just did. Everybody ain't built like that, as you know. So that could be the story underneath the story is the man is built to do what he just did. That's crazy. Cause you would think like you're slow. you ain't got no versatility. You know what I mean? You got bad feet. You know what I mean? You can say all that, but it's like, but I'm built to do this. Man. Thank you for putting this together, big dog, because I love doing this. This is what I love.
Yes.
I hate how long it took. We'll never do this again, but
But listen, if it didn't take this long, it wouldn't be this sweet. If we had just jumped on for the main event, you know what I mean? We gotta do our rounds too. These are the championship rounds for us.
I have to applaud this gentleman. And I applaud him because, again, at any point, he could have wavered to everything that was coming at him. And he didn't. You know what I mean? And he didn't. You know, again, being built. Like, it's not just being physically built, but being mentally built to control in the chaos.
Incredible. Incredible. Where is Moses?
I
Did he
had a
leave the
feeling
ring?
this could happen, but I didn't think it was going to.
Oh. Did Moses leave the ring with no interview?
Yeah, he has to. He could still be sitting down.
Wait a minute. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oh boy. I mean, let's what's the chat saying? What's the chat saying? Is everybody still awake? Have they passed out?
Let's see. I don't know what happened, but I'm gonna just read them. A shout out to everybody in the chat, but I'm just gonna read the comments. I thought Hrgovic would have gasped before Moses. The training in Big Bear made a crazy difference. That's where Abel Sanchez is at. Then Moses is still good. It says here we go. Shawn, how much of this is Itauma doesn't know how to pace himself, and I think I was referring to that at a higher level against better fighters. I think I answered your question, Marshall, and then he says this is why amateurs and YouTubers gas out because they can't pace themselves. Very true. And I kind of talked about building your fighter and having to go those rounds, get those rounds in. And even when you aren't actually getting the rounds in on fight night, you need high level sparring that's gonna, get those rounds in and sparring. My dad had me sparring 12, 13 rounds when I was getting ready for 12-round fights. I hated it. And I thought it was unnecessary, but it always showed up. Abel, boom, boom. Abel may be the story, but Hrgovic's heart is the ink. Ugh, bars.
I'm stealing it. What's his name? What's his name?
Marshall, shout out to Jason Wheeler.
Jason
2986.
Wheeler. Check
If I'm not
my
mistaken,
post. Is
that's
it Jason Wheeler?
no, I don't. I don't know Jason Wheeler. I was thinking of Jason Whitlock. Yeah, he
You
said Abel
definitely
may be
ain't
the
quoting no
story.
Jason Whitlock.
Oh, Whitlock, yeah, yeah. But Hrgovic's heart is the ink.
Who said this?
Jason Wheeler, 2986.
Wheeler. Okay, Jason, be looking for my post-fight show with Shawn Zittel. I'm quoting you. That is a bar. Just know that you got a bar into the show. Woof. That is it. That is it. Jason Willard.
Nope, Wheeler. Wheeler.
Wheeler. That's just your accent fucking us up. Okay, got
Ah, ha, 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 ha.
it. Beautiful. Appreciate that.
Then the obvious, Tommy needs to work on his conditioning. I noticed him getting
Oof.
tired rounds earlier. Yeah, I saw the breath. I saw him take a deep breath in like the fourth or fifth
Remember I
round.
said he went
Like,
back into the, it's like his mouth is open. I don't know
Yeah.
if he's gassing. Oof.
Itama was fading by the rounds. Yeah, not only did you correct me, but Jason Wheeler corrected me too. Jason Whitlock. He said, "Hell no." He said, "Shawn,
What's
doesn't guys
Franken's?
like Mayweather get used to sparring rounds longer than 3 minutes?" Yeah, a lot of those guys, not me. We never did that. I think I may have sparred with somebody before. Oh yeah, we got called to do a camp with Floyd years and years and years and years ago. I don't remember who it was. It may have been before.
Moses got stretchered off. Is that true? I'm just
Really?
assuming one of my chats said that can't be true. They would have shown that. These guys are just clowning, right?
Yeah,
I do think it's Bush League that he's not there for the interview. I mean, you gotta talk.
nah, he had to go.
Oh, our boy Ben is back. At least we get some post-fight reaction from him.
Oh, he didn't see it.
Maybe I don't know. Let's find out. Let's let's tell him what happened. Is he in there?
Not yet.
He says he's in the waiting room.
Oh, hey, Hafey, we got what's his name in the waiting room? No, I don't see him in it. Oh yeah.
There we go. Did you miss the whole fight, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I did tune in. I was able to watch it via the old fun streams. What a performance!
Unbelievable! You didn't watch it on the PorterWay Podcast. That's just
Wait a minute.
crazy.
You were watching the fight and didn't jump back on?
No, I was watching it at the place we were doing the fighter interviews. I sort of had it on
Oh, you were
in the
you
background.
couldn't-
We just
yeah.
wrapped them up.
We're
Boys,
about
I
to
wouldn't
be
do that
on
to
your
you.
ass.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Okay. Well, we've gotten our post-fight comments. What are your thoughts, Ben?
Oh man, I mean, Moses Itauma looked at that level for about 7 rounds, right? Granted, he was fading from like the third through, but he looked at that level, that upper echelon that everyone's proclaiming he is, right? And the titanium chin of Filip Hrgovic, just not going away, not eroding shot after shot, was the most impressive thing I think I've seen in some time. Like the uppercuts that Moses landed, it was unbelievable, the durability. And, unfortunately for Moses, I think that's where the youth cost him. When you have a brick wall in front of you, that's just not going away. What do you do? And I think Moses chose every wrong action you could. He panicked a little bit more, pushed a little bit harder, got a little bit more aggressive, cost himself greatly, right? The cardio is king, and he just had nothing left. I think Filip switching to some of those body shots from 7 and 9, brilliant, and taxed whatever was remaining for Moses. And, the kid got a little bit out of his depth in that moment, and I think we saw what he needs to work on in order to get to those places that I think he still can get to.
Well said. Well said. I agree with everything. I don't think you missed a darn thing, especially the body shots, the whipping shots that Hrgovic was able to sneak to the body. It's funny. You may miss those sometimes because if a guy doesn't do that immediately, you just kind of overlook it, or because it's not the big head blow, you overlook it. But it's still, like I always say, like if you do like this to somebody long enough, eventually you're going to start to feel it, right? So the same thing with those body blows, and of course it's a bigger blow. So those whipping shots, they were perfect timing, and what we saw at the end of that fight was especially because of those body shots where Moses Itauma essentially started to do this so quickly. It was because of those body shots and because of the mental pressure that Hrgovic started to apply. That was impressive. That was impressive. It was, it's funny you say impressive because there was nothing that was like this until it happened. And then you also see that a lot of that actually was conditioning, not an actual blow that did it, but the combination, as I was saying on the radio, the combination of what Hrgovic was built to be and do, it showed up and played his role.
It's like every, the kryptonite, that level of durability. And I would say this. At what point, gentlemen, did Filip Hrgovic's confidence in his chin peak, right? Because he started just laying into those body shots, accepting the shots upstairs, disregarding Moses's connections, knowing that, okay, after 9 rounds, I can wear this. At what point do you guys think it clicked with him that, okay, I can take these shots and start to build my way back in?
I'm actually going to go first because I thought that Hrgovic was starting to kind of wean towards the I can't do it tonight. This kid is good. I thought I saw like a couple little flashes of that, and so I kind of went with it. Like, okay, I think it's a matter of time. And then out of nowhere, and somebody said in the chat before that they saw him feeling like they felt like he was making adjustments. He stayed with it. I didn't expect him to. Go ahead, radio.
Oh, he's thinking. He's thinking.
We have to be very delicate because there's something fragile at foot. It's the career of Ben Davidson.
Ooh.
Furies, Joshua. Well, I think Joe Joyce was mixed in there too. Now Itauma. It doesn't look good.
Don't forget about
yeah.
Wardley. I'll leave it there.
I'll play devil's advocate though, because the durability that Filip Hrgovic displayed, right? That level of titanium chin, is that something that any coach could have found a way around? Because I love what Moses was doing downstairs. I love the straight shots to the body, how committed he was. Because I felt like, hey, if I can't get him out of there in rounds 1 to 3 with these great headshots, I will just invest in the body. His hands are going to be up. You saw it. Even the feints from Moses was dragging Hrgovic upstairs to protect. So I love all those adjustments. It was just against a brick wall, right? Is that on Ben Davis and Rahim?
That is not enough. It's not that it was against a brick wall, it's that it's against a wall that was prepared for the storm. And when Moses Itauma went back to the shed to get reconstituted, when he was meant to be held together while he was coming apart, there was no glue on that stool. There was nothing in that corner waiting for him to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. You've got to be able to send your man out to finish this fight. He was pitching a shutout. This is how do you go ahead?
I had my fight with Andre Berto, and I had Berto up against the ropes at one point in the fight. I don't remember what round it was, and I don't remember how long it was, but it was long enough for me to be throwing punches, him on the ropes, for me to come back to the corner. I sat down, and my dad said, he looked over at the corner like I was still over there. He said, "Why'd you go so hard over there?" I said, "I thought I had him. I don't know what's up." And he said, try to find it. Don't just throw it all. He said, you still got to be smart. What my dad was telling me was, you spent a lot of time pounding on that dude, throwing a whole lot of punches, and it seemed as if you were going to knock him out, and you didn't. Don't do that again. Essentially, don't do that again. At what point, Ben, and I love you, because I do. At what point do you tell your fighter, hey, let's walk him a little bit. Let's make this clock run a little bit, Let's find moments to allow him to come after us. Let's play to the clock, and let's not continue to just keep pouring it all out. Again, to your point, Radio, that was a key moment for Ben to reel in that long cast that he threw. We can't get the whale yet. Let's reel it in, and let's be a little more strategical when we choose to throw it out and keep it out there,
We had a conversation earlier in the night around what do you say to a fighter when you need to give him that adjustment, when you've got to send them back out to do something different, if it's a step around or if it's a keep your shape. And if you don't know, if you don't have it, that is the difference between your fighter winning and losing. In this case, we've once again found a moment where a fighter needed something from the corner and it wasn't there for him. This is the difference, in my estimation, of the winning or the losing of the world championship for Moses Itauma. He was so far ahead in the fight that if he had been able to keep his shape, reserve his energy, do whatever was necessary to get back in line with his own offense, and he have to be prepared to go that many rounds at that pace, or at least have another gear to switch into where you're not gassed. But not only was he not prepared to go that distance at that pace, when he did gas, he couldn't keep his shape. And when he couldn't keep his shape, he looked like a full-blown Misfits fighter out there. Like, like the difference between granted, we're taking into consideration how exhausted you can be, but to go from the level of accuracy, speed, timing, footwork, agility that you saw in the first really 7 rounds to what we saw in this final round where the fight was stopped, doesn't even look like the same fighter. That to me is
Sean,
on
like,
the trainer.
Like Sean mentioned, it really was
your fighter
a
falling
nosedive.
apart. Yeah,
and to your point,
go ahead.
This is
round
like 9.
He got up off the canvas from some hellacious knockdown, or his marbles were scrambled, his eggs were scrambled, and then he was trying to put himself back together. No, he never even went down. That was just him falling apart.
But this
That's
was,
got to be at the doorstep of the trainer, bro.
and we weren't even in the championship frame. This was round 9, you know. So are you a? That's a third of the fight that you're not prepared to be in. That's a third of the fight that you can't maintain your excellent capabilities in for. So are you a 2/3 kind of guy, or are you a 12-round fighter? I think that's a very good point, Rahim. And I think that it does have to reflect a little bit upon, not a little bit, reflect a lot upon the training and the team, because it's like just the shot variance, man. Like, don't put 100 into every single punch, because he's going to get used to 100. And if he knows that he can take 100 over and over and over and over again, then yeah, he'll probably start to say, I'll trade a left to the body to eat one upstairs because I've eaten them for 9 rounds. And it's just like the cardio maintenance for Moses, how non-existent it was. It's 100 miles an hour from the moment the fight starts. That's all well and good. But Radio, like you said, can that last 12 rounds? We found out that can. And so if Moses comes, like, now we kind of got to talk about what's next, right? The Itauma bounce back, the Itauma rebuild. If he comes out and shows this same 100-mile-an-hour strategy, I do think, and even if it's without a different person, let's say Ben Davison's not attached to him at that point, do we go, ooh, that's just a critical thing that he doesn't have?
We got to go all the way back to the drawing board. I mean, we can't discount what he does have in ability. We've seen how great he can be when he's got it all put together. But what happened when it started to fall apart here, we have to study. And by we, I'm speaking as if we're his team. His team and himself have to study what that moment was, because the gap between the two guys is too vast. You cannot fall apart like that. I can't overstate the fact that this wasn't at the result of a punch. This was just him no longer keeping his shape, keeping his mental focus, keeping any semblance of the guy that we had seen or know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what snapped, what exactly broke, but something completely shattered the guy we saw for 7 straight rounds, and for, 13 fights up until now. For the first 31 rounds of his career, I've never seen that guy. And with all respect to the resilience, the sheer determination, and the performance of Filip Hrgovic, it wasn't that great.
He was a punching bag.
Like what we saw in the first 8 rounds should have produced what we saw in the 9th. Yes, Hrgovic deserves that belt and every bit of credit, and all credit to him. This is not me taking even an inch away from him, but if we're going to take him out of it for a minute, something happened inside Moses Itauma that needs to be corrected, that might be able to be exposed by almost any fighter from here on out. That needs to be addressed.
And Shawn, I was going to ask you, Shawn, if you're going to fight Moses Itauma next, the game plan has got to be go to the body, wear this kid out, because seemingly when he doesn't have the cardio, when he's on E, he just falls apart.
You know, funny enough, Radio, we talked relatively early on. I think maybe we might have been in the 4th round. We started talking about Filip Hrgovic applying his body, his weight, his size, smothering Moses Itauma. The question is, if he had been able to do that and had some sort of success in that, how much quicker would what we have seen, this pummel of the conditioning show up? To the point of your question, Ben, I think it's a matter of being physical with Moses Itauma. Easier said than done, because there's a lot of speed, and I think it's a true heavyweight punch coming back at him. Filip remind me of Arthur Beterbiev, how he can just eat the punches, and it's like, man, how after all this time have you been able to still be this machine that's eating these big punches coming from other fighters? Not only that, you break them down and get them out of there. You know, easier said than done when it comes to fighting Moses Itauma past this fight here. But yeah, you got to imagine that one of the main components should be being physical with him and applying the body work. On top of all that said, again, when I talked about Philip being built to do this, a big guy in stature. You know what I mean? So along with all that, that big frame that he has is another thing that helped him get through this. Uh, let's really break this down real quick, right? So, like, once we're talking about his chin, right? But let's be realistic. He's 30 something years old in the ring with a 20 whatever year old young man. That power is still not there for the young man, right? So, the punches that you thought could have been something that would have put him down, that's not real or not the true man punch yet, that the young man was throwing, so on top of that, the size of Filip Hrgovic would allow him to sustain the kind of blows that he was receiving and able to stand up to. So I think it's more than just he's got a chin. It's more than just Moses Itauma can't punch. It's like a big melting pot of everything, like we always like to say, or those who are Christians like to say, what will be, will be. And that's exactly what tonight ended up being, or today for us.
I want to make the note that 9th round stoppage, Moses Itauma has gone 6 rounds before, but this was longest fight of the career. First time he's kind of testing that chapter of a fight. Radio, it seems like maybe, obviously they didn't expect it to go this long, but it did. Doesn't seem like he is good in that back half.
Abel Sanchez's training camp is called the Summit. Filip Hrgovic took the long road to the top of that mountain. He took all the weather. He climbed every rock. He stubbed his toe, ground his fingers to the bone, dealt with the thin air, doubted himself, took the cuts and the bruises and the bangs along the way, and only had one chance to reach the summit. Only one chance to peak out with a world title around his waist. And he knew what it took to get to the summit. Moses Itauma took a staircase. He was right there. The first flight of stairs he ever took brought him right to the precipice. And I believe the difference was knowing exactly how high that mountain is and how hard it is to climb, and being battle worn and tested when you get to the summit, and knowing how rarefied that air is. The air was too thin for Moses. He couldn't breathe up there. And that's why you watched him fall apart. He looked like a man falling down a mountain. He couldn't reach the summit. And Filip Hrgovic had been trained and ready for the moment, and now he stands atop, holding his flag and wearing his belt.
13 years between them, and I feel so often in combat sports we gravitate towards the youngster because they've got the youth, they don't have the miles on them, but then the other side of the coin is that extra seasoning, that extra mustard that Filip Hrgovic has been building in the 13 years he's had that Moses hadn't. Great comment, nice 499 from DeMarcus Hills. Apologies if you guys talked about this, let me know. But Usyk should come back because Hrgovic is the best for his style. Interesting, a hypothetical between Filip Hrgovic and Alexander Usyk, gentlemen.
Nah. First of all, it's 4:06 here, so I'm gonna jump soon. We're gonna close this show, but let me tell you something. Hrgovic, he deserves this moment. I don't want to hear nothing about Usyk. He vacated those belts. He's a kickboxer now, and God bless and Godspeed, whatever his future endeavors are. But I'm ready for this new crop of world champions. I am here for Wardley Dubois rematch. I'm here for Ajit Kabial getting his shot. That's the fight I want to see. Ajit Kabial now and Filip Hrgovic. I want to see Moses Itauma fight maybe the loser of the Wardley Dubois rematch, if it is Wardley again, which I suspect it will be. And they share a trainer, so now they can have the same handicap. Wardley and that should be, you know what, Wardley. This is a main thing to say. I'm just being funny, but Wardley and Itauma should fight, and Ben Davis should work both corners, so neither one of them has an advantage.
That's messed up.
My men, my mellow, my number one aces in the hole. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll let you guys go and then we'll finish up. Or you all done here at radio? You get everything you came here for?
Well, listen, all I want to know is if the fans and the audience and the chat got everything it came for. We are here as an act of service. It's not.
There it is.
It's not for me.
There it is.
Damn.
Ben, you
And
got
boy,
anything?
was this a classic night of boxing. I am happy that we shared it, though. I mean, I'd be devastated if we hadn't done this. This is a memory, and we will be back. I enjoyed it immensely. So yes, I came here and gave what I came here to give, and I hope that we get to give it back again in the very near future.
There it is.
What time is it in Kazakhstan?
It's 4:08 a.m.
Woo! We're done.
What do you want me to do?
Let me cap this and we're done. Ben, I want to thank you for joining the PorterWay Podcast, joining the PorterWay Watch Party with myself and Radio Rahim. Radio, I love you like a big brother, big dog. Thank you for calling me in on this, for everybody that's watching. And I'm sure we're going to clip all this right now. We now have the PorterWay Watch Party featuring myself and Radio Rahim. We will be doing this consecutively, continually, as much as we can. When we're not working other shows, we'll be working right here for you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in to the PorterWay Podcast. And don't forget, we will have a true recap with the PorterWay Podcast, fellas, myself, and Shawn Zittel coming up this week on Monday. Make sure you guys tune in. This is the PorterWay.